So yeah, this is part 5. I hope you're all doing well. Let's go for command. I don't actually remember what the difference is between all these modes. Yeah, so if you don't know what this game is, well, if you've ever played a game called Star Raiders on the Atari, what was it? On the Atari 2600. Well, no, 5200. I think there was a version for 2600, but it's not the version I was thinking of. Yeah, this game is alright. It's been a while since I've played it, which means I'm probably going to get killed in the first by the first set of enemies. Oh, hold on. Let me pause the game so I can fix the chat a little bit. Apologies, the chat is cutting off. I have to keep resizing it every single stream just because of how this works. Okay. Yeah. Also, the audio is a bit quiet on my end, so... Yeah, like, you see just how quickly you just get annihilated. And yeah, I did go for commands, because training, well, it basically is what it says. Like, you are just training for the other modes. And I didn't want to do that, because it sounded boring. I'm like, you know what, I'd rather just get killed in the first minute in, like, the actual game. Rather than just play the training mode, which is, yeah, you beat it in, like, 5 minutes and you're done. Also, I don't know if these shots home in, or if they just arc weirdly. Like the enemy shots. Like, I never quite figured it out. Like, you see the way the enemies move around. Again, if you've ever played Star Raiders, yeah, this is clearly just Namco saying, you know what, we want to do this on the Famicom. Because, you know, no one else had done it yet. There were a good handful of games like this on the Famicom and on the Nintendo Entertainment System. There are, like, at least 1 or 2 of these that were exclusive to the NES. In fact, I think at least one of those games is on this. But we haven't come across it yet. But yeah, I like Star Raiders, so I'm fine with playing a clone of it. I'm not fine with getting damaged. So yeah, I think E is enemy. I'm trying to remember what these are. So E is enemy, B is base, the asterisk looking thing... I think that's the planets. I think you're supposed to protect the planets from the enemies. And then whatever this is on the top, I think that's an asteroid field. So if you go to B, I think this takes me to one of the bases. Also, I have pulled out a second controller because there's at least one game on this page that I'm doing right now that I do not want to do without turbo buttons. This controller that came with this system does not have turbo. And, yeah, Volguard II, I'm not playing that game without turbo. I'm sorry. It's just... Yeah, sometimes this happens. It's just... It's like, okay, well, I can do this. I press the B button, it sends out a torpedo. It's kind of weird. Also, I don't remember how many of these you actually get. So, like, I fired this, and I think if I fire enough of them, it destroys all the enemies. But it's, yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know. It's not something that's self-explanatory. I think I remember trying to get into this game at some point, and just looking up a guide on how to do it. But yeah, you'll notice I'm having issues with the radar. Pretty cool star effect, though. I like that. But now I'm trying to figure out where the base is, which is easier said than done. Especially when your radar system isn't working properly. Like, there's supposed to be something that eventually shows up. But it's... Yeah, I forget exactly how it works. But again, it has been a while since I've played this, so you'll have to excuse me forgetting exactly how this game works. There was actually a sequel to this on the PlayStation. I think it was called Star Ixiom, which is kind of the same thing, but not really. Like, it had a command mode, like, I don't know, like it had cutscenes and, like, you could walk around the bases and it looked a bit like Final Fantasy VII, from what I remember. Yeah, I can understand that. I cringe at a lot of my old stuff as well. But that's just how I am. Okay, that's one enemy down. Ooh. Yeah, how do you consistently avoid enemies? I never quite figured that one out. Because I don't think there's like a specialist like shield mode like there is in some other games of this type. I know there's a game on the NES called Star Voyager. If anyone's ever played... yeah, if anyone's ever played that, you'll know you could activate a shield. Like, basically, you go into, like, fight mode. And it, like, protects the ship, and then the other mode, you can move faster, I think. This game, I don't think, has anything like that. It's really just kind of a case of... yeah, you just fly around and try to destroy enemies. And there's, like, a whole system with, like, trying to protect planets or stars or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I say Star Raiders, though at times this feels a little bit like the Top Gun game on the NES. Though I found that game a lot easier to pass just because your movement is more limited in that game. You're kind of always going in a straight line. This game, you can move around, like, in space. Also, for some reason, you just fight a whole bunch of Death Stars. I never quite understood that. Well, actually, I do understand why. It's because... it's a space game from the 80s, and everything had to be inspired by Star Wars, apparently. Also, I apologize for the flashing effects. That's kind of the problem with, like, tons of these... with tons of these games, is that they just used flashing effects because they took up little coding space and it was easy to do. Yeah. It's about it, really. Also, the score system, I never understood how that works. It just... it seems like the game just makes up random numbers and goes along with it. But yeah. Well, we gotta do Super Mario. I mean, what is a Famiclone system if it doesn't have Super Mario and Tetris? So these are games that I know, but what actually came up on the server in the last week, what if they put the European version of this game on this console? Because I can beat Super Mario, but beating the European version, playing it at like 120% of the speed, which actually it may be more than that, because I don't think the game was even optimized properly. Like, I think it was optimized a bit faster, but no, I think this might be the original. Well, I say the original, pirated version of the original, but yeah, this is running at the right speed. But you know what? Since I've beaten this game a whole bunch of times, like, I've beaten this game with warps, but I've never beaten this game without warps. So what I'll try to do, I'll see how far I can get without using any of the warps, because you've probably seen and probably done countless warp runs of this game in the past. I mean, let's face it, everyone has played this game, or certainly anyone who watches this stream has at least. I'd be kind of amazed if any of you didn't. But yeah, LB35. So this is, yeah, like a specific pirated version of the game. Where they... I think what this actually does is it adds a level select. Well, technically it was already in the game, but you have to beat the game to get the level select, usually. So, yeah. Basically what this game does is it gives you the level select without having to beat the game first. So you can just play any level you want. And I think it even expands the level select by allowing you to pick any sub-level. Usually you're only allowed to pick, like, the world to start on. So, like, you can start on World 1 or World 2 or whatever. But when it comes to this particular ROM hack, they changed it. So that you can just start on any sub-level as well. Which is cool. There is a different version of this where they actually... Oh, I thought that was supposed to go through the hole, but I guess not. Doesn't that mushroom usually go through the hole? Am I misremembering that? Maybe I'm confusing it with one of the other games. I did actually recently play through Super Mario Wonder, and that's a good game. I do like that game. Maybe I should... I kind of want to go back and try to get all the, what is it, the acorns or whatever that I missed. As I say, I am going to try to see how far I can get in this without using the warps. Because again, I've beaten this game and I've got the achievements to prove it. Also, yeah. So... yeah, with the pirated versions of these Mario games, they just go weird with it. You know, to paraphrase Danny DeVito. But yeah, it's... yeah, they got weird with the numbering. Because this game, they tend to number it as Mario 2. Because effectively, I think they're putting the original arcade Mario Brothers down as the first game. And then this, according to their logic, is actually the second game. But then, of course, you have Super Mario 2, the Famicom Disk System game, which I think they tend to call Golden Mario usually. I don't know why. But what makes that game gold specifically, I couldn't tell you. Yeah, I think the world record is... yeah, I think that may be a little bit... I might be a bit behind pace to do that at this point. But, yeah, I can try to at least make up a little bit for the ineptitude that I've shown in so many of the other games on this compilation. Now I actually get to play a game I know, and have actually finished before. So yeah, I can do this. Yeah. Guess what? That was fake Bowser. Mario exploitation. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there were so many ROM hacks of other games where they just stuck Mario into them. And I feel like some of those games are actually on this system. I'm inclined to say that there are at least a couple of them. Because whoever makes these clone systems, they tend to include those a lot. How often is it that people actually choose to play through this game without using the warps? Because, I mean, I've tried doing it before, but I always got stuck towards the end. I think the furthest I ever got without game overing or using the warps, I think may have been World 6. I don't think I ever got any further than that. So I'm sure there's a bonus here, like a bonus area. It's either World 2 one or 3 one. I can't remember, but... Alright, nope, and I messed that up. Can't go back there. Yeah, thankfully this isn't Kaizo Mario. I was actually sitting down to play, what is it, Super Mario World 64 recently, which is basically what if Kaizo Mario, but it had bad physics, in addition to the levels being bastard hard. Also, yeah, this music as well. Yeah, it's really obvious with Mario, like this game, more so than most of the others on this compilation, how the sound emulation is just a little bit off. I don't think it's that bad. Some people hate this sound emulation. Personally, I don't really mind it that much. It's kind of whatever. I've come across emulation on other systems, which is far worse, or even just emulators, like on consoles back in the day. There was a Master System emulator for the PlayStation, which just sounds hideous. And I mean, Master System didn't have the best sound to begin with. Also, I can barely hear the audio, but is this the one that has like the messed up audio for the water levels? I think it is. Yeah, okay, I remember. Yeah, so they put a whole bunch of hacks into this game. I think it's really just the way the level select works. Unfortunately, while doing that, they also broke some of the music. Like, I think they may have, like, overwritten, like, the music compositions. It had to have been that. Also, you can do that for no reason. Also, yeah, going into this level without Mushroom... I'm just gonna say right now, I don't like World 2 free. Like, World 2 free, and is it 7 free, which is like a repeat of it? I think is the worst level in the game. Because it really just feels like random chance. Like these fish that you have to avoid, or cheeps, or whatever you want to call them. Yeah, they certainly are cheap, because you really can't react to them. You just have to hope that they don't spawn directly under you as you're trying to jump. So many times I've died on this level just, like, trying to do a jump, and then having the jump button do nothing because I got hit by an enemy. Or an enemy, like, went straight into me and I hit it. But because whenever that happens, you bounce up into the air, and then you probably get killed. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I never understood, like, the ROM hacking that goes on with some of these games. I mean, like, last time, when I was playing, what was it, the Hyper Olympic? And, like, the audio in it was broken. Or, not the audio, but, like, what was it, like, Hyper Sports, especially, where the qualifying thresholds were just completely broken. Like, they were basically, like, 10 times bigger than they were supposed to be. And because of that, the game is, like, impossible to beat the first event. Okay. There we go. Yeah, as I say, for anyone who missed that last time, yeah, I tried playing Hypersports, and again, because... Also, yeah, this amazing remix, too. Again, I do have the sound turned down, that's the only reason I missed it last time, when I beat World 1. But yeah, it's just weird. Like, I've never understood, like, how they break some of these games as hard as they do. Like, how hard is it to put Hypersports on your, like, clone system? Like, it's not even... It doesn't even have a mapper. Like, it's literally, like, a mapperless game. And yet they've got, like, you know, like, Ninja Gaiden 3 working on this. But they can't get Hypersports working properly. Also, yeah, Hammer Bros, everyone's favourite. Except for anyone who's ever played this. Yeah, suffice to say they got a little bit easier to fight in Mario 3. I gotta be honest, I never liked Mario 3 as much. Call it sacrilege, I don't know. It's just some people call it, like, the best game on the NES. I don't agree at all. I'm like, Mario 3 is a good game. You know, certainly one of the better games on the NES, but... If you were to ask me what I think the best NES games of all time are, this game would be in the conversation, the sequel's probably not. I don't know. I feel like with Mario 2 and 3, I'd rather play the SNES versions. I'm not doing the lives trick. Partly because I'm bad at it, but also because I feel like I'm going to be here all day if I do that. To be fair, with Hypersports, they were probably trying to hack the controls, because I think the game originally used a custom controller, which they had to change that for track and field. But surely it would have just made more sense to put track and field on here instead. And then you wouldn't have to really hack the game anyway. It's silly. Also, I like that I went right through the shell. There we go. Ugh. You know, it feels great to play a game that I'm, like, not completely trash at. It's like, yes, this is a game that you can tell I've actually played before. Although I can't remember which pipes have the, secret areas in them. I know I've missed some, I just can't remember where they are. Yeah, like Mario 3, it really feels like certain games kind of get a certain cachet just from the marketing more than anything else. Like Mario 3 and Star Tropics and games like that. And I'm like, are these games really that great? I mean, okay, to be fair, I haven't played Star Tropics enough to really be able to judge it. I've maybe played it for half an hour at most. Maybe that game's really good, and I just haven't played it enough. But Mario 3, I'm like, I don't know, compared to Mario 2, like, as in, like, the version that we got at the time, it really does feel like a one step forward, two steps back situation, like, because I prefer the, like, bigger levels that Mario 2 has. Mario 3's levels, like, like, they're too short and there are too many of them. It just kind of feels like a focus on quantity. And, like, there are so many auto-scrollers and, like, boss levels where you fight the same boss every single time. I don't know. No, I mean, Mario 2, like, USA or whatever, whatever you want to call it, I'm just going to say straight up, is a better game than the one that Japan got. It just is. Like, the Japan one is barely even a sequel. So I can't remember if the fireballs are... yeah, okay, so they are random. I couldn't remember if there was, like, random timing, or if it was, or if it went at certain intervals. But no, it is random. I can tell. Just like, yeah, good luck doing it consistently. Especially bad that, like, I don't think any of these boss levels have more than one power-up in them. So basically, if you go in without power-ups, then you're stuck. Like, you can't beat it with fireballs. And yeah, I never quite understood the collision with that platform as well. Yeah, Irate Gamer says a lot of things. I mean, to be fair, I say a lot of things too that, I don't know, maybe don't make a whole lot of sense. The difference is, when I say it, I mean it. I'm like, you know what? Mario 3, not one of the best games ever made. It isn't. Like there are many Mario games where I'm like, you know, I think this is better than Mario 3. Super Mario 1, better than Mario 3. I'm not sure if it's better than the SNES version of Mario 3, but certainly you compare it to the original, yeah. Because, like, I think the biggest fault with Mario 3 is that there's no save feature. And it's like, how can you have a game as long as Mario 3 and not put a save in it? It's just, especially coming out over a year after Zelda, it's just inexcusable. It's just, no. Again, like, the SNES version had a save feature, and it also fixed, like, the weird scrolling from Mario, like, the original. Because the scrolling in the original, people tend to ignore it, but it is really bad. At least on the directional scrolling levels, it looks like Samari, where you just got this constant glitching on the left-hand side of the screen. And it's just, ugh, just does not look good. And no one ever talks about it. It's weird to me. Also, I'm bad at this jump, so I'm just going to do it like that. Yeah, Super Mario 64 is a game I would happily just replay whenever I'm in the mood for it. Like, I've played through that game a bunch of times. Like, I would say Mario 64 is my favourite Mario game. And probably my favourite 3D platformer as well. Again, not doing the... Again, I am not doing the warps in this. I want to do it a bit different. I could beat this game with warps, but where's the fun in that? Also, before I forget, let me put the heads-up display on the screen again. Because I forgot to update that before I started. Oops. Here we go. Part 5. Now it's official. Oh, see, this jump sucks. It's like, oh, if you clip the top of the thing, you miss the jump. Here we go. I know one of these has coins in it. Mario Star Road? I don't think I've ever played that one. No, I didn't beat Star Luster. I barely got anywhere in it. I've beaten, like, the training mode. I've never beaten anything beyond that. Like, that game is just... I'm not good at it. Like, I'm not really good at that type of game in general, to be fair. Like, those kind of space combat games, I never really got into them. Not because they're bad or anything, it's just that it's not really a sort of thing I'm into, generally. 96 by 64. Ooh. I'd like to see someone try to play through it like that. Just resize the screen to the size of a walnut. But yeah, Mario 64, again, I think is the best of the Mario games. I mean, granted, I did go out, like, last month and get the Mario Galaxy releases on the Switch. Because I never got into Mario Galaxy, but I've said this before, but I think the reason I didn't like that game is just because I really didn't like the controls. And I think the reason I didn't like the controls is because I didn't like the controller. Like, the Wiimote is just an abomination. Like, it is an atrocity of a controller. Like, there are purposes to it, but, like, they tried to make it... they tried to make it for everything, and it just didn't work. It's like, okay, like, this thing is good for, you know, playing games that use 2 face buttons and no more, if you're playing it sideways. And it's good for light gun games, where you point at the screen, and that's cool. I forget the route for this. I think it's something like this, isn't it? Yeah, here we go. Ooh. See, this is why I don't look at the screen while I'm trying to do this. Okay, let me just do it like that. Ooh. Yeah, gotta be careful of that spinning thing, too. Stop it. So, is it like a Kaizo hack, but in 3D? Because I remember seeing Mario 64 Kaizo, like, ages ago. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think I want to play this. Like, I've tried playing some really hard Mario ROM hacks, like, Mario 64 at least. Where, what was it? There was one, it was called Lazy Lakitu, where Lac 2 just sits there and the screen never updates. So sometimes you're having to control Mario from, like, miles away, and it's just... Yeah, good luck. Like, somehow I actually got up to... I might have unlocked all the levels, actually. I don't remember. I think I can go into this pipe, can't I? Yeah. Yep, and it's this room again. Okay, so it's not Kaizo. Yeah, I was going to say, I suppose... Yeah, Lazy Lac 2, that... It's a weird one, because it feels like Kaizo, but even then, it's not really, because it's the exact same levels as regular Mario 64. It's just changing how the camera works to make it stupidly hard. Wait, you never beat this game? See, I couldn't beat this as a kid, but I think that's less... I think that's mostly because I had the Game Boy Color version. You know, Super Mario Deluxe. If anyone's played that back in the day. But yeah, I couldn't beat that one as a kid. I went back and beat it as an adult. And that is a very good game, but really, I gotta be honest, I don't think it's as good as this version. It does have certain upgrades, like the fact that you can save wherever you want. You can actually just continue from the level you got. Oh. Also, I've forgotten about this bit. It's like, oh, you want to go to a bonus area? Fuck you, here's the underwater bit. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I totally forgot this bit was even in the game. So yeah, pro tip, maybe avoid this bit. I do know if you stay at the bottom of the screen, you don't get hit. Also, yeah, Game Boy printer support. So how often do the Hammer Bros show up in this? I feel like they show up a fair bit. Certainly towards the end. Okay, well, good. At least the invincibility music works. It is funny playing this with, like, messed up audio. But, like, the game itself still works more or less fine. It's just... Whoever ROM hacked this... Yeah, they did an interesting job, let's say. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, now we've got to deal with the bullet bills constantly going to the right. So this, I think, is just World 1 free, isn't it? But just a harder version of it. So the thing about Mario 1, they didn't have enough space in the ROM to actually have 32 different levels. So in the back half, they kind of just repeat a lot of the levels. I know Adventure Island repeats levels a lot as well. In fact, I think it does it more than this game. Yeah. So here you gotta be a bit careful just so you don't get hit. Here we go. But yeah, I mean, the Game Boy Color version of this was great to play back in the day. To sort of learn how this game worked. Because I had that, and I also had... oh, I forgot about this bit. Yeah, this is 1-3 again, but harder. Oh, sorry, 1-4 again. Just a harder version of that, basically. Yeah, I forgot about the long version of the fire stick thing. Actually, you know, is this 1-3, or is this like 1-3 and 2-3 combined? Maybe this is a different level. Ugh. I was never good at dodging those things. Like, oh, like sometimes they just jump out immediately and you don't even get a chance to get out of the way. Okay, well I'm going to do this the smart way. Some might call it cowardly, I call it smart. Because... And I call it smart because I won. It's just... That tune every single time. It's just, yes, the Mersbo remix. You can actually jump on Lac 2, but it's not easy, especially because he actually travels with the screen. It is funny that in Mario 64 he basically became the cameraman. Which kind of makes sense. I mean, he does fly around in a cloud. Yeah. Problem is, even if you hit him, he kind of just comes back in a bit anyway. You'll see that here in a second. Yeah, here we go. I'm trying to... I want to find one of the, like, cloud bonus areas, and I haven't found any of them. I can't remember where they are. Like, I'm sure there's one in, like, 2-1, I think. Here we go. Yeah, I remember trying to beat this game. I could never get past this world. Oh, I wish I had the 256 world hack. That would be a really cool version to play, but I don't think I have it on anything. Sorry, I had to just take a quick tea break. So I got a nice big mug of tea with me. Yeah, this looks like one of the other levels, but black. With a black background this time. Actually, no, this is different. I don't remember any of them having this many pipes. Oh, no, it's this one again. It's like, welcome to the quote-unquote bonus. But hey, at least we get to hear the amazing song again. Oh, I always have a hard time hitting the fish. It's not even necessarily that hard to aim, because you shoot in a diagonal pattern. It's just, I was never good at it. Also, there's no power-ups in the underwater sections either. So I can get a few coins. I don't think I have any other Fun Time cartridge. Oh yeah, I forgot that one has a... Ugh. Of course it comes out after I exit the pipe. See, it's stuff like that. That's why I always get stuck in this part of the game. It's like, surprise enemy! Right now I have to desperately try to find a power-up. No, and that one just goes the other way because it's a git. Yeah, welcome to the no power-ups level. Thought it'd be great. Actually, yeah, like 8-4 I think doesn't have any power-ups, doesn't it? Yeah, I think there's literally no power-ups in that level at all. Nope, this is just pipe land. Also, you get less time on the last world. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. Just in the interest of finishing this level. There we go. Pipe Dream. I wonder if Pipe Dream is on the system. Because there was a version of Pipe Dream on the NES, or Pipe Mania, or whatever you want to call it. Oh, here we go. Welcome to Black and White Land. Oh no, I was never good with these things. Occasionally, like most of the time I'll get it, but occasionally I'll just bounce off. Ugh. You know, it is funny when you play this game and figure, oh, yeah, they really did just get the feel of this game just down right the first time. And then you play, like, the bootlegs. Like, you play Mario, no, what is it, Superboy? Superboy 1, and you're like, yeah. I mean, granted, this isn't perfect. I mean, how was I meant to avoid that bullet bill? It's literally impossible. Just, if the bullet bill spawns in the wrong place, you just get hit. Yeah, so this is as far into the game as I can get without warps. 6-4 just kills me every single time. I don't know how to do it. Yeah, Sonic Jam 6 and games like that, just... Yeah, I don't know what it is. I could never beat this level. And it's really just a harder version of World 1-4, which is easy. And yeah, I can do that level no problem, but this one just gets me every single time. You know what I think it is? I think it's those randomly spawning fireball things. Like, they're the hardest enemy to deal with, other than maybe the Hammer Bros. Ugh. Here we go. Yeah, I gotta be patient. Like, they put so many in here as well. It's just like a billion different bits of fire there just sent to kill you. Yeah. See, that's why I can't beat this level, because that thing happens, and if you go into this level without any fireball power-up, you're just screwed. Like, you kind of need the fireball power-up for the last few castles, I think. So if you go into it without that, you're done. Okay, I'm actually amazed that didn't count as a hit. Because it looked like it touched me, but the game decided to show mercy. Okay. At least now I can probably tank a hit and do it. Yeah, like, you basically have to get hit. Like, I don't know if there's a secret to getting past that. Like, maybe you can run under him, but... The only way that I could do it... God. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't even watch the first Mario movie. It just didn't look that interesting to me. It looked like, well, an Illumination movie, and I'd never liked Illumination. The film's just... I don't know. To be fair, I'm not a huge animation guy to begin with. I've always preferred live action myself. Maybe it puts me at a step with everyone else, but, you know, it's kind of how it is. But I don't know, it's just... Like, the 90s Mario movie is cool just for how weird it is. And that's a film they're just like, you know what? Yeah, just put Dennis Hopper in it. Why not? Yeah, I was never... Oh, look at that! I hit the bastard, and of course he immediately jumps up. You know what? You're dead. I don't care if I have to get hit to do that, I'm doing it. Yeah, you have to desperately hope there's a power-up. Problem is, most of the time there isn't. Just like, yeah, we didn't put any power-ups in this, because fuck you. At least we get this bit. Yeah, well, maybe that's true. But again, I don't know. It just didn't really look to be my... Wait, did I get sent backwards in the level? Or did they literally put multiple sets of Hammer Bros in this, like, in this map? I thought that was something they only did on World 8, but maybe they do that here as well. I suppose you can get tons of extra lives here as well, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try to do this with the lives I started with. And the ones that I happened to collect, because I did get a couple of them. Yeah, so I got 3 lives to do the rest of the game. I don't actually remember World 7, 2, and 3. I think this is just World 2, 2, and 2 free again, but harder. Although saying that, I don't actually know what the difference is. Like, this just looks like 2... This, just to me, may as well just be World 2, 2 again. Like, I don't know... Not really sure how this differs. There we go. Yeah, see, the trick is just knowing that you can just stay at the bottom and not get killed. Although some of them are camping on the right, because they saw through my trick. Ooh. I mean, I've got to be honest. I mean, when it comes to the Sonic movies, I only have watched the first one, which I thought was alright. I just... didn't particularly feel like I had to watch any more of it, really. Okay, how do I do this? Okay, firstly, wait for this fish to get out of the way, because otherwise I'm just going to get hit. Well, I can understand that. I mean, if you grew up with the music sounding like that, then that's going to sound like the canon version to you. It's like, as a kid, I played, what was it, Sonic 3D... No, Sonic 3 Collection on the PC, like on Windows, and that had the, like, prototype music instead of what was used in the final version. But to me, that kind of just is the Sonic 3 music. And then the music they replaced for the final Mega Drive version just sounds weird. Hold on, is this the same... Is it the same thing, but... Oh, okay, no, there are other enemies that you have to deal with. I was like, did they just spawn more fish to kill you? The answer is no. I do remember the castle level for this one. I seem to recall the castle level isn't that hard, as long as you know the route. That's the trick, you gotta know the route for it. Because World 4, I didn't mention this, you probably know it anyway. But it's a case of... You've got to know the route. Basically, if you go the wrong way, it just repeats the section until you go the right way. It's kind of weird. But yeah. Also, I'm doing this while doing the commentary as well. Yeah, I got it to work fine back in the day. I know that there are issues nowadays with trying to get it to run. I think the way that I got that game to work is by Just by running it in full screen, just seemed to fix it. So, I forget exactly how this... I forget the exact route through this castle. Let's see if I get it. Okay, so... It's not middle, is it bottom, I think? Or no, hold on, I think I'm doing it the wrong way around. I gotta go up. So then middle, then top. Yeah, okay, so that is right. Yeah, this is kind of like Castle 4-4. Except the route through this one is sort of more confusing. And I can never remember what the correct route is through this one. This one's more... Yeah, try to see if I can remember it. Do you drop down, I think? You have to go for... You have to drop off a certain platform, I think, and then it works. But I can't remember which. Hold on, let me... Oh, maybe I have to go up. Oh, okay, apparently I went the right way. I thought I was going the wrong way, but the game says otherwise. Ugh, okay, I did it. Whew. Okay, World 8, let's do it. I got 3 lives to beat the last level. Let's see how badly I choke. Okay, here we go, World 8. Actually, I do wonder, because I'm not sure I've ever beaten this version of it. Like I say, I've beaten this game, and I've gotten the achievements and everything. But I don't remember ever playing through, like, the LB35 version. I don't know if the ending music works correctly on this, or if it just glitched. Okay, that was me being an idiot. But, yeah, I don't remember if the music for the ending theme is normal, or if they, like, messed it up. Also, I don't think this level even has checkpoints. Like, you gotta do it all in one life. Because World 8 is kind of a bastard. I mean, thankfully, I know this level pretty well, having beaten this game before. Like, you have to do the whole world. Ugh. And I don't think there are any secret areas in this, are there? I don't remember there being any. Ooh. Also, there's a couple bits of screen tearing that I've come across. I don't know what that's about. Just on this specific level, it's just had a couple bits of screen tearing. I don't know why, because I don't remember coming across that before. So there's one really hard jump coming up. There we go. Yeah, so with a decent controller, you can do that no problem. If you know what you're doing, at least. But let me tell you, playing this on the... what is it, the Game Boy Color version? Yeah, good luck doing that jump. Like, you can barely even see what's going on. I do remember World 8-2 and 8-4 being the hardest levels in this. I think. And 6-4. I don't even think 6-4 is necessarily hard. I think it's just a case that I'm just bad at it. It's like my bogey level. But this level I've always struggled with. Yeah. But yeah, as I say, I've always struggled with this level especially. You know, Lack 2, always in the way. It feels like you should be able to go through him and not get killed. Also, yeah, those things don't get killed for some reason. Although, if I can keep getting this one up, doesn't matter how much I die, as long as I keep getting this, I'm fine. I suppose you can actually technically exploit this if you get enough coins. Okay. Try to hold on to the power-ups, because I will need the power-ups for the last level, if I can get that far. Like, trying to do 8-4 without the fire flower, good luck. Oh no, I hate this bit. This bit sucks. Okay, did it. Oh yeah, there is a secret area. I forgot about this. But I'm not going to hang around in here because you don't get a whole lot of time to complete these levels, which makes it a bit of a problem. Oh! But I, like, overshot the jump, but I just barely got away with it. Also, they put a bunch of, like, fake-out endings that... endings? I think this is the real one now. There we go. Whew! 8-3 is the hardest. 8-3 has more power-ups, though, I think. I think there's 2 of them. So if I die here, there may still be a chance for me to, yeah, redeem myself. Yeah, try to get those fireworks. It's hard to do it, though, just because of how fast the timer is. Oh, no! I've forgotten the... Yeah, the fire flower. It's on the top row. It's not on the bottom one. Yeah, so I think if I'd kept the platforms there, I would have been able to get a fire flower there. But I'd forgotten where the fire flower was. It's been a while since I've really played through this game. I don't think I've really played it since... Yeah, that's weird. I just like, went through the thing. Interesting. Oh, yeah, this pot sucks. Hold on. Is there a consistent pattern? I genuinely can't remember. Yeah, how you meant to do that? In fact, I'm actually better off just deliberately getting myself killed. Because, again, I'm going to need the power-ups for the last level. Yeah, the thing is, the Hammer Bros aren't that bad if you have the fire flower to kill them. If you don't have that, you're in trouble. That's basically how this game works. And I don't know if there is a consistent pattern that they do, like a consistent movement pattern. I think it is at least partially random. So you just have to pray that you get like a favourable pattern, basically. Like this is not good. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, you need the power-ups to do this. So if I can get the fire flower on this next bit, I might be okay. Too late to pray. Oh, I'm not praying. Okay, I'm just going to wait for this one to jump on the platform so I can kill it. One of these has fire flower in it. Does it not? Am I misremembering this? Is there only one power-up in this level? Because I could have sworn there were 2. I definitely remember there being 2 power-ups. I'm just going to jump past that. Yeah, so the problem is, they just have really cheap patterns that you really can't react to. Again, if the movement patterns were consistent, it wouldn't be a problem. Yes, second from the left. Well, it would have been good to know that before I finished the level. Although I suppose really I blame that on Twitch's delay, because there's... You know, by the time you've said something, I've already done it. So, no, we just got to do this without power-ups. See, this is the problem with the last level. I don't think there are any power-ups in this level. Or if there are, I couldn't find them. Well, I probably could have beaten it if I had the fire flower for this level. Without that... Oh, also, that's not the correct route. The problem is I was paying more attention to the chat than I was to the game. Which is kind of a bad idea when you're kind of at the end of the game. And the level is actually kind of bastard hard. Okay. Oh no, here we go. Yep. Going to get RNG'd on this bit. Well, I say this bit, it's probably the last bit. Yeah, I've beaten harder games than this, but this is one of those games where I can beat it on a good day, and other times I can't. It just depends on the planets are aligned. Yeah, this is the bit where I always get killed. If I don't have the fire flower here, I always die. Yep. Okay, I've got an idea. The only way that I'm going to be able to get past that is if I spam the start button and move the instant they start jumping. Again, there's no consistency to when they jump. You just have to just guess. Or use the fire flower to kill them, but since that's not an option here... There is no snow-mo button on this controller. Like, this controller doesn't even have turbo, let alone slowdown. Like, you asked me to do slow-mo on a controller that doesn't have that? But, Okay, here we go. Okay, let's, yeah, well, actually, I'm satisfied that I got as far as I did. I'll say that. Yeah, thankfully they give you more than enough time to beat this level. Probably because it is a maze. If you don't know the pipes to go into, you may just be stuck doing the first couple bits forever. Okay, the only way I'm going to get past this is if I... Yeah, there we go. Ooh. Okay. That's, yeah, that just about sums it up. Unfortunately, this this console doesn't have save states, and I'm not doing that world again, so we're just going to move on. Okay, so here's another game that I cannot beat, Tetris 2. So, yeah, here we go. Yeah, as I say, usually when I play through that game, I just use the, warps. Just save myself the hassle of having to play through the whole thing. So, let's see how hard I get RNG'd in this one. Yeah. You know, it's funny, because I was playing this song in the pre-stream thing. Also, yeah, I can tell you right now, here is the trick to playing this game. The trick is never go for a Tetris, because if you go for a Tetris, the RNG will kill you every single time. Like, that's, like, what you want to do is always go for triples, and don't bother with the Tetris, because basically, I think the game's RNG is rigged to deliberately make it so that you can't get the Tetris ever. That's what it feels like, anyway. But, yeah. Okay. Also, yeah, I decided to put Troika on, because I don't think anyone actually puts this song on when they play this. But, you know, I wish there was a ROM hack that just got rid of all the S and Z pieces. It gave, like, you only have the other pieces. And maybe get rid of the block pieces as well, because they're rubbish. It's like Tetris piece, oops, or vertical line pieces edition. That's the way I'd do it. Now, I gotta be honest, I prefer this to the Atari arcade game. Like, the Atari one, you can't even rotate anti-clockwise. Like, there's only one button, which just feels wrong. Like, it's kind of a less refined version of this. I have played the real cabinet ones. I think when I visited America. Yeah, the thing is, I don't trust... I do not trust that stats bar. I'm just going to tell you right now. Like, I don't trust it. You know, I don't trust newspapers, and I don't trust the Tetris stats bar. But yeah. I don't know, maybe they are messed up. Like, yeah, maybe that's the thing. Maybe the problem is that I was playing, like, a pirated version of this game, and maybe that caused the RNG to be messed up in some way. Considering what some of the other games on this console are like, I wouldn't doubt it. I suppose I could do versus computer. The problem is, I like entering my name afterwards, and the problem is, if you put it against versus computer, at least if you're rubbish at this game like I am, essentially when you're done, you spend the next hour, like, waiting for the computer to finish, and then you can enter the name. Yeah, there is that. But I'm going to deliberately avoid using that. I may actually do that once, just to show it off. But, yeah, I'm not going to rely on it. Just want to show off the nice little dance there. You know, Atari is still around. I think they have, like, an Atari console or something like that. Like, don't they have an updated Atari 2600 system? Okay, that's more my sort of thing. But yeah. But yeah, I can tell you right now, pro tip by the way, if you're watching the stream, never trust me to do anything ever. I mean, it's a wonder I can even stream at all. Like, with how inconsistent I am. But, yeah, that's just kind of how it is. Sometimes the game just wants you to die. Especially when I'm playing Tetris. And it's just like... Yeah, we're just going to give you nothing but S and Z pieces. Yeah, so if you do the Konami code, it just gives you the line piece. Just wanted to show that off. I'm not going to do it again. But the thing is, okay, how do you count this game as completed? Like, how do you beat Tetris? Because if this was the Nintendo version, I would just go into Game B and try to beat that mode. The problem is, this version doesn't have any equivalent to that. Like, there is no Game B in the Tengen version. Like, yeah. Like, you basically have a whole bunch of modes where you go against the computer, or actually playing with the computer. It's weird. And, yeah, you can see how I'm getting RNG'd here. Like, they're just giving you, like, 50 billion S and Z pieces that you can't do anything with. At least that's what happens when I play it, anyway. It just... Again, I do not trust that stats bar on the right. It feels like it goes out of its way to give you, like, whatever the worst possible piece to have at any given moment. Though, granted, I am no Grandmaster. Like, calling me a Tetris Grandmaster, yeah, that's definitely not the case. Like, it'd be cool to be a Tetris Grandmaster, but... Yeah, unfortunately, you are not looking at one. You know, like, I know people who can get to that level and are, you know, wizards when it comes to this sort of game. Me, I don't know how far I got. I've maybe gotten about a dozen levels into this version, and no further than that. Also, yeah, the title screen in this version is missing. They just deleted some of the graphics from the ROM. Like, that's the problem with these pirated versions of Tengen Tetris, and sometimes the bulletproof software version as well, is they tend to just delete a lot of the graphics from the game. So, you know, the cool looking title screen that's supposed to be in this version is just missing. And that kind of sucks. Not that it necessarily affects the gameplay or anything like that, but, you know, it's a nice touch to have. And again, so the thing that sucks about, like, genuinely does suck about a lot of these pirate versions of games, I mean, you saw it with Mario, where they, like, messed up some of the music. And with this game, yeah, again, they took some of the graphics out. Same for games like Twinbee and various other games. I can't remember offhand, like Twinbee, City Connection, and there's probably some other ones too, where they try to reduce the size of the ROM by just cutting some of the graphics from the game. In fact, I think the Spider-Man game that I played on this console is one of those, where you may have noticed that between levels, it just shows a blank screen, but it's supposed to show you just like an image of like the boss that you fight at the end of the level. It's like, yeah, this is the level where you fight Electro, or, you know, Sandman, or whoever. But in the version I played on this console, it's just not there. Like, they just removed it. Not that really the game would have been any good with those cutscenes, because the Spider-Man game on the NES is not good no matter what version you play, but it would have improved it very slightly. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Atari do a good job with that, to be fair. Like, the sort of more recent compilations that they've done some good stuff. Like, Atari 50, I think, is a great compilation. There's a lot of interesting games on it, some of which I don't think I would have played if not for that collection. Games like Star Raiders, for instance. Or maybe, what's that one where you draw circles with a trackball? It's like Quantum, I think it was called. I forget the name. I think it began with Q, at least. I forget the exact title. But I'm like, you know what? Like, having played disastrously at so many of these games, I just want to play a couple of games, like, vaguely competently. Not good enough to finish them, but at least good enough where I'm, like, where you're not watching it going, okay, this man has a serious problem with his hand-eye coordination. Like, I'm not sure he ever got any. Yeah, Quantum. Okay, that is the game I was thinking of. That is a good game. And it's not one that I'd come across prior to playing that compilation. Just some really good games on Atari 50. Nope, can't do anything with this. I should really be paying more attention to the pieces that are coming, to be fair. It's kind of funny, like, sometimes in this I can get to, like, level 12, and then other times I get to level 1, and then just get RNG'd by the game. But to be fair, like, this and Super Mario, I would say are two of the best games on the system. And it's funny, because I think about the games that are on this that aren't on the NES Mini. You know, like Nintendo's, like, own official plug-and-play that this effectively is trying to be, but can't be because it's unofficial. I mean, this is really a case of, you know, quantity over quality, but to be fair, when you include close to 400 games, some of them are going to be good, unless you're deliberately going out of the way to picking the worst games you can find. Yeah, iRobot is a classic. I do love a bit of iRobot. Like, that game is a work of genius in its way. Certainly for its day. Like 1984? Ooh. Yeah, this does have brush roller. But, yeah, I mean, the problem, of course, is that because the NES Classic, or NES Mini, whatever, only has 30 games on it, most of the games on this system aren't going to be on there. Like, I think maybe... Well, but then I think about all of the games that the NES Mini has that this console does not. And there's something like... I'm trying to remember the count. I think about half of the games on the NES Mini are on this system. Possibly a bit less, in fact. Like, there are not many. Yeah, and it's, as you would probably expect, it's mostly the early games that make an appearance on both systems. Games like Galaga and Balloon Fight and Super Mario 1. But yeah, hey, make whatever you want. You know, it's your channel, you do what you want with it, that's what I say. Honestly, I have not paid attention. I don't care about scalp nonsense, I tend to ignore it. But like I say, the NES... Well, this entertainment system has about half of the games that are actually on the NES Classic, or NES Mini, whatever. And, yeah, the other half... I mean, the other half is games like Legend of Zelda and Star Tropics and Final Fantasy. Like, games that have save features that they couldn't be bothered to get working on this system. And it's a shame, because, you know what? Like, personally, I don't care to play Final Fantasy. It's not my sort of thing at all. But it is a shame that it's not on the system. You know, like, you don't get games like that. Or Zelda. I mean, Zelda would have been great. But these systems never have Zelda on them. I have one other clone system. It's like the Vibration 480 in 1, or whatever it is. I can't remember the name. VIB? Is that it? I can't remember the name offhand, but basically has vibration function and 400 and something games on it. And one of the games listed on the menu is Zelda, but then you start it up and I think it's Zanak. It's just a duplicate of Zanak, which also appears on the menu. And it's like, oh. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I suppose when it comes to the games on the NES Classic, NES Mini that aren't on this, to be perfectly honest, I don't miss a lot of them. Because again, like games like Final Fantasy, I just don't care for them. You know, Dragon Quest, not really the sort of thing I'd want to play personally. Obviously, those games have a lot of fans. I'm not one of them. That's the thing about me. Like, if I don't like something, I'll just come out and say it. But yeah, there are certain games that I wish had been more common on systems like this. Games like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! And certainly Zelda 1. I never cared for Zelda 2. I never got into it, but the first one, that is a really good game. I'm trying to think what else is on there. Like Ghosts and Goblins, I think, is on the NES Mini, which is weird because that game is terrible. Certainly the NES version, at least. Like that is a game that people only liked for nostalgia reasons. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I'm like, you know what? That's a game that people liked because it was 1986 and they didn't have anything else to play. That's the only reason. Like, you play that game now and you're like, yeah, this game is miserable. And I've played, you know, plenty of games on this system, and certain ones that are maybe well liked, and I play it and I'm like, yeah, this is not good. This was maybe okay when it was new, but you play it now and it's just some of the games on this are rough. Yeah, that's the problem with Punch-Out. Because these clone systems, they only run games from certain mappers. And, yeah, it's generally MMC-free and CN-ROM and mapperless games, which is generally what you find on this console. I don't think you really find anything else. And there are some games where they're hacked to work on those mappers, and maybe in certain cases they don't work as they're supposed to. And that's unfortunate, because it does mean that for games that don't use those mappers, like My Cousin's Punch-Out, and a lot of the Famicom exclusives where they use custom mappers, you just don't find them on these systems, because, you know, whoever makes these clone systems just couldn't be bothered to get them working with the hardware. And it's a shame. Certainly for something like My Cousin's Punch-Out, because that would have been great to have on the system. Or just any system, really. Though, actually saying that, the NES Mini version, I think it uses, like, the shitty, like, we couldn't be bothered to get the Mike Tyson license, so we just reissued it with some fake character that we just shoehorned in the game. But it's like, no, I want to fight Mike Tyson, damn it. Also, I will actually try to play these games with a bit less swearing, because, you swear too much, it gets old. You gotta use it a certain way, you gotta use it effectively. But yeah, there are a lot of just weird NES games that just never show up on these consoles, including ones that probably would work if they included them. But yeah, I don't think this has Castlevania, or Mega Man, or Zelda. Like, just a lot of big names that are just missing. And it's a shame. It really is. But yeah, like, I think some of the Capcom Disney games are on this. I can't remember which ones. But I think at least one or two of those are on this console. So I do look forward to playing those eventually. Because some of those games I've played through, and some of them I never really got into that much. Like DuckTales, I've played through that game a bunch of times. As far as I'm aware, it does not. I don't recall seeing that game on the menu. I do have that game. I have a pirate copy. Because I remember ordering, like, one or two other cartridges once, and the seller just decided to include a pirate copy of Samurai Pizza Cat as a bonus. Oh yeah, the Nice Code. You know, I'm surprised, actually. It's been a while since we saw any Nice Code games playing this system. It's just I've been going through all these pages in random order, and somehow, beyond Part 1, I've just managed to avoid all the Nice Code games. I don't know how, but I get a sneaky suspicion that the next page is going to be all Nice Code. I can feel it, just through the laws of averages. Because there's got to be like 100 Nice Code games on here, probably more. And we've come across 20 of them, I think, so far. Well, actually, probably slightly less than that if you think about the repeats. And when I say repeats, I essentially mean where they've just included the same game again, but with different graphics. Because Nice Code love to reskin their games a lot. Also, I like that I've just been talking just a load of waffle as I play Tetris. And that's the thing with me, like, whenever I play a good game, often my mind just kind of wanders into just random places. That's how you know I'm playing a good one, if I'm spending my time just talking about random things, typically about the games, but when I'm just talking about random things and not about the game itself, just, you know what? People complain about different versions of Tetris, like which one is better. You know what? I don't think it matters. Because when it comes down to it, this and the Nintendo version are so good, I don't think it really matters which one is better. You play either version, you're winning. As long as you're not playing the bulletproof software version. Which, honestly, I don't think is even that bad. Like, I think for its time, it's okay. The problem with it is that it hasn't aged very well. Like, it's one of those games was good for its time, but not really so much nowadays. There are definitely bad versions of Tetris out there. It's just that those versions are not on the system. I did actually play a really bad Tetris clone in part 1 of this series. Because there was one from Nice Code, I think it was called Falling Blocks. That one is really bad. Like, it just controls badly. And it's just full of, like, non-standard pieces. Just awful. Back in the USSR. Sorry. I'm sorry, just you give me a chance to put a Beatles reference, I may just go ahead and do it. But yeah, this game, I think, has 17 levels, and then it just gets stuck on level 17 forever. So, obviously I've beaten the high score, but... Okay, what... I need to ask, what should we count as completing this game? Do we count it as getting to level 17, or do we count it as beating the high score? Because I don't know... I gotta be honest, I have no idea what metric to use for this game. It's the problem with Tetris. Again, specifically this version. Because there's no game B, I don't really have a... You know, there's no game completion screen for this one. There is a high score table that shows up when you get a game over, and that's it. So, I'll let you decide. You know, you people in chat, you can decide for me what I need to do to beat this game. Yeah, I mean, the BPS version is fun for what it is. Again, it's not the version I'd choose to play. Because, again, it's good for when it came out, but it's just... Yeah, you compare it to pretty much anything that came later. I mean, even this game, you put it up against something like, I don't know, the next Tetris on the PlayStation, and it's just not going to be as good as that. Like, that game just has more features, feels better to play, just, it's more refined. It's kind of... That's kind of the issue with just playing old versions of Tetris. There are so many versions of Tetris out there that kind of do the same thing, but often just a little bit better each time. You know, Tetris Connect, Tetris Effect, Tetris Worlds, Tetris, you know, Next Tetris, Tetris DS. I mean, Tetris DS is so good. I played that game a lot back in the day. And it had a bunch of weird variations. Like, it had a mission mode, it had the catch mode, which is basically... What's that game? It's basically D-Block on the Famicom. But yeah, 852 in one. I don't have that one. There is actually a shop nearby which actually has... I'm trying to think. It actually has, like, a Famicom multicart, but there's no real description as to what it is. It just says... It's just a blank cartridge that says Famicom multicart on it. It looks to be something that was made more recently, I think. I don't know for certain, but that's what it looks like to me. And I'm like, is this going to be that 852 in one? Is it going to be a generic 400 in one, like this system has? Is it something different entirely that I'm not familiar with? I don't know. It's weird. It's kind of a shame that you can't switch the music during gameplay. I kind of wish that was an option. Because you think about how long a game of this can take. I mean, we're currently, like, over an hour into the stream. I'm only on the third game. Usually I'd have gone through a dozen games by this point because of how bad I am at so many of these. Like, some of these games, I can't do them. But now that we're playing some games that I know... Yeah, now we're just kind of lingering on this. No, I'll just have to just dump that. That's fine. See if I can make up for that later. Also, I apologise for the background noise. You have to excuse my neighbours for that. It's not something that can really be helped. And, well, unfortunately, I won't have time to stream tomorrow because I'm going out for a meal. I've got something planned. You know, fun little meal, middle of the day. That's going to be a good time. Oh, here we go. Chance for a Tetris. Let's do it. Well, I could do that, but also... Nah, I don't really care that much. You probably won't hear it much anyway. Like, not often. Okay, now I'm starting to get RNG'd a bit. So, we're still on level 7? I've got like another 10 levels to go. Okay, again, maybe I should put a poll in chat, actually. I'll do it after this level. Ah yes, the longer awaited weekends. Time to get some power tools out. I mean, what better time to do that, really? What do we do here? Oh. Probably could have done that a bit better. Oh well. Too late to change it now. I mean, you know, right now I'm kicking myself for not, like, deliberately, like, getting myself killed in Mario so that I can get the Firefly on. You know, for want of a nail, as they say. For want of knowledge of where the power-ups were. As it is in my case. But, you know, it's one of those things. You just gotta pick yourself up and move on. That's what I'm doing here with some Tetris. I am not drinking anything. I'm not really much of a drinker. I drank more in my youth, and then I kind of realised, you know what? I'm just poisoning myself. Like, why am I doing this? You know, I'm going to be smart about it and, like, not... and not induce myself to poison. Just, you know, alcohol kind of is in a sense, really. Not criticising anyone who drinks. Unless they're an arsehole about it, in which case, fuck him. But... oh, here we go. Yeah, okay, let me see if I can put a poll. How do I do a poll? Okay, there we go. So I'll stop the poll. And yeah, I'll let you get your votes in. Asda banana. Is Asda banana milk even a thing? I don't really tend to... I don't know. Don't really pay much attention to supermarket own brand. I tend to go for the brand name. Because I'm a snob about it. Okay. So, level 8. Welcome to the purple level. I think magic jewelry is on this as well, isn't it? I don't think I've come across it yet, but doubtless I will come across it at some point. Because, like, a clone system that doesn't have magic jewelry on it is a clone system that just isn't working properly. It's probably a malfunctioning system that can't load it. Ooh, Kaiser 20-1. But Asda? Probably not. Aha! Here we go. Okay, so... yeah, I can see the votes are just saying to beat the high score. Well, I've done that. I've got 137,000. Oh, you know, I look forward to entering my name. Because I just love that high score table. It's just so cool looking. I have, like, a bunch of cartridges that have this game on it. I'm sure at least one of them has all of the graphics. Yeah, there definitely is, because I remember I've got this 64-in-1, like, Supervision whatever, which has... yeah, basically it has this, and I think it has a version of City Connection that works properly as well. I can't remember if City Connection is on this, or if it works properly. But, yeah, I suppose since I've beaten the highest score, I guess we can consider this game beat. I kind of want to try to get to level 17, though. Just because I like this game so much. Okay, here we go. Yep, more S and Z pieces, because you can't get enough of those. Like, look at how many of them I've gotten just in the last 10 seconds. That was a bit light on the uptake there. Oh. Ugh, any other piece, please. Okay. But yeah, how are you enjoying the Troika jams? You know, there is actually, now that I think about it, there is a Columns clone. I don't know if it's on this system, but there's a Columns clone that uses this song. I think, but I think they just ROM hacked this game and turned it into a Columns clone. I think that's what they did anyway. It's what it seems to be. Yeah, Hexa, that's the one I'm thinking of. Which I think was an arcade game, wasn't it? It was like a like tit-based arcade game. But then they made a clean version for the Famicom. I think. I don't know. I never quite understood the appeal of, like, my gambling games need to have breasts in them. Like, who's jacking off in the arcade? Like, who's doing that? It's like, I don't know. Like, how do they even work? Like, do they take photos of the game and then go home and then do that? Because I don't understand how that works otherwise. Anyway. So are we on level 10, I think? No, level 9. Okay. Wasn't really paying attention, to be fair. Plug and pray. See, I learnt that from... Yeah, see, I learnt that from the Windows... No, what is it? The Computer Man? I kind of want to bring that up now, just... I'm the Computer Man. I'm the Macintosh Man with a virus scan. Moving your files all across the land. Some Macintosh filters and F-Dog. Get your office up, plus expression quark. Millions of covers of the VM trip about system crash that'll make you flip. No, okay, I'm probably gonna lose here soon. Yeah. Yeah, I think I might have messed this up a bit. Okay, here's a question. Can I recover? I think the secret to being good at this... Oh. Okay. I think the secret to being good at this game is, yeah, learning that to like, mash the button when the pieces get towards the top of the screen. Oh, I don't even get to enter the name. Oh, that's lame. Oh, is that channel not around anymore? I haven't checked in a while, but... hold on, let me look this up. Because we need the Computer Man. Oh, let me reset this. Come on, give me that. Give me the Computer Man. I demand the Computer Man. You bastard. Yeah, see, this is... Oh, here we go.
I'm the Macintosh Man with the virus scan. Moving your files all across the land. Some Photoshop filters and after dark. Get your Microsoft Office, express your quark. Millions of colors with a VRAM chip. How about a system crash that'll make you flip? I'm the Computer Man. I'm saying Windows 95 is plug and pray. If it's fonts you want, you gotta go to MacWave. Log right on as my personal guest. You have Microsoft software on your desk. Send me an email with your request. If it's hardware you want, baby, I'm the best. I'm the Computer.
Oh.
Get into a computer.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to bring that up. You know, you want to talk about a classic, a legend of YouTube. Okay, well, since people are saying that the win condition was beat the highest score, I think we can count that as game completed number 17. I'm fine with that. So, yeah, here we go. Yeah, they just throw the PC. It's like, yeah, fuck the PC. It's a Windows anyway, who cares? It's like Windows 11, who needs that? By the way, yeah, so we've done these 3 games. I should point out, by the way, for anyone who missed the last part, I did look at a few of these last time. Fexter, I played a little bit, got a few levels in, and then got killed. Volleyball and Chinese chess, I essentially skipped these. Chinese chess because I have no idea how to play it. And volleyball because I just find this game to be excruciating. Like, they expect you to play this game best of 5, and I can't even tolerate playing it for 1 round. It's literally called I'm the Computer Man. If you search for that, it should come up. But yeah, as I say, I'm not doing volleyball. Like, that game, I'd rather just, like... I'd rather end this series and never stream again than play a full game of volleyball. That's... no. But yeah, we've also got, let's see, volleyball... No, Volguard II, Wars, and Challenger. You know, I'm gonna, like, plug in my other controller. Because I got a second controller with me that I'm bringing out specifically for games where I need to mash the button constantly to do anything. Volguard 2 is one such game, and I'm not mashing the button for this one. I will do that. I will do that for track and field. I'm not doing it for this. Okay, the start button doesn't work great on this one. This is not the controller that came with the system. This one has turbo buttons, which is why I'm using it. Aha! Here we go. Yeah. Now, I think shooting actually uses up energy, so I can't just hold down the button the whole time. I do have to strategize a little bit. But there are enemies that take a lot of shots to kill, from what I remember. Which is why I'm doing it this way. Also, yeah, Xevious. That is one I do look forward to. Oh, sorry. No, there are 4 games on this page. I missed Xevious. That is one I do look forward to, because I do like a good round of Xevious. Also, how do we beat this game? Okay, does anyone know if this game has an ending or not? Because I've played this game a little bit, but I could never beat it. I don't know if you can beat it, is the thing. Like, this may just be a level, like a game that loops forever for all I know. And I suspect that this one maybe does have an ending. This did come out around the same time as 1942, I think. And I know that game has an ending because I've beaten it before. So this is, I guess it's closer to Scramble than anything else. Like, this has a real Scramble feel to it, but it's like somewhere between that and maybe the Macross game that I looked at last time. It's got a little bit of that going on. And I actually do kind of like this game. Unfortunately, the audio in this one is not very good. It's kind of the weak link. Yeah, it really could have done with a better soundtrack, I think. Like, I've played this one a fair bit. Again, I could never beat it. I always just get killed. I think what really makes this game stand out from the rest is really just the health. Because usually in shoot-em-ups from around this time, you get hit once and you die. I suppose this is more like the Macross game, where you can get hit a whole bunch of times before you die. So the meter at the top right that says 6, that's your health. Basically, if that goes up to 100, I think you die. So, yeah, basically you can get hit up to 100 times. Then you die, and then the game's over, because you only get 1 life, but yeah, it's kind of the trade-off. 1 life, but you can get hit loads of times. Oh, here we go. I think there's also like a transfer, like that thing I collected. I swear it allows you to transform into something, or maybe it's just a health upgrade. I don't know, but yeah, those things, you just dodge them. Okay, I will mute the audio for you. Remind me to turn the audio back on for the next game. You know, there is a bit of Xevious to this music. It's just like 16 notes that just loop. Yeah, here we go. Oh, let me see if I can show this off. Yeah, so if you collect that power-up, you can basically turn into a Transformer. Which is kind of funny, because there was a Transformers game on the Famicom, which was terrible. Like, almost unplayable. And that was closer to, like, Super Mario Brothers than it is to something like this, but, like, a really bad version. Also, I'm not going to lie, I've never figured out the point of this mode. It's, I don't know. Like, in Formation Z, having this made sense, because sometimes you had to go on the ground to get basically to get power-ups, so that you had more fuel to stay in the air. The one upgrade that I notice here is that every time I hit an enemy, I actually gain health, which is kind of weird. I think that's the reason to do that, basically. If you take a whole bunch of hits, go into the Transformer mode, and then shoot all the enemies, get your health back, then turn back into ship mode. I think that's how this game works. It's not really something I noticed myself, I've got to be honest. Woo, woo, woo. Oh, you want to talk 2010, baby? Also, like, look at all this fight power that I've got. Fight pack. God, raid. Okay, I wouldn't go that far. Like, this music isn't good, but it's not, you know, it's not raid bad. You know, I think that's maybe a little bit extreme. Also, like, look at how much, like, energy I'm losing attacking this thing. It's like, yep, I'm out of energy. Great. Yeah, thankfully, running out of energy does not, like, cause you to get a game over or anything, so at least there's that. Do I have to shoot this thing on the bottom, maybe? I can't really tell. But yeah, I actually do quite like this game. Again, the audio isn't exactly great, but I do enjoy this one. I think just because of how hectic it is. Like, for a game from 1985, this actually has a lot more to it than you might expect. Yeah, again, like the whole Transformer thing. Again, a lot of people seem to miss that. Because it's something that sometimes just doesn't seem to come up. Like, even if you get to the point where it may appear, it just might not spawn. But yeah, like, you see what I'm doing here, where... Okay, now I'm taking damage. Okay, I see the problem. Yeah, so the problem is because I've run out of energy, I can no longer shoot in this form. It's weird. As I say, I think this game has more to it than people give it credit for. That's how I'd say anyway. Okay, I'll do that after this game. Although I'm not really sure it fits, given how I've been playing so far. Like, honestly, I think, considering how badly I've done with some of these games, I think this is one of my better performances. Ah, there we go. So I got a bit of energy. Again, you can't just hold down the A button for the whole game. And yes, you do have to use the A button to shoot. You know, unlike most shooters on the system. Although, to be fair, this is pretty early. Like, the standard hadn't really been set at this point, I don't think. Again, this was around the same time as 1942, which did use B, but there wasn't a whole lot to compare it to at this point. Hold on, let me go back into Transformer mode. Oh, no, give me that. Yeah. Probably the best I've done at this game, actually. And, you know, honestly, the background graphics, I'd say, are pretty good. Pretty good for the time. I don't know. Some big stuff in the background. That wasn't really common at this point. So here we go. Now we've just got these weird archaeology buildings. Not really sure what that's about, but sure. But, yeah, I'd say this is a game where, if you spend some time with it, it really... Yeah, it's better if you know what's going on. That's how I'd describe it. Though you do get stuff like this, which I never fully figured out, to be honest. Like, do I have to be in plane form to do this? Because if I go into plane form, it just spams shots. Oh, no. No, I'm out. Okay, I might be in trouble. I don't remember how you deal with this thing. It's been a while. Maybe it eventually just leaves. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's the thing. If you get stuck, just wait for the enemies to leave. Also, the music does change whenever you get to a boss fight. Can I get my health back? Oh, I want my health back. It's not giving me my health back. It's not even letting me use my weapons anymore. Yeah, I might be in... Okay, I'm probably going to lose in a bit. There's a secret to being good at this. But I never quite figured it out. As I say, I've never beaten this game. It seems like there are at least 4 levels, because you can select them on the title screen, but I'm not certain if it's difficulty levels, or if it's, like, the actual level in the game. Like, you just go straight to level 4. No, and my robot form got destroyed. Great. Yeah, and you notice how high my life meter is. I'm probably going to die soon. Yeah, okay, we're on the boss. Yeah, I'm done. There's no way I'm doing the boss with this much damage taken. Also, weirdly enough, you can't move as it's spawning the boss. Like, the game's weird like that. Yeah, like, you notice I can only do this. So I'm, yeah, basically done. There we go. Area 4. I don't know how many levels there are, but I'm going to assume there's more than 4.
Quit your jibber jabber! You ain't hurt! You pathetic! Ah!
Hey, I got the high score, though. Yeah, give me this. Yeah, I'd say that sums it up pretty well. Yeah, I am the... Yeah, hey, I won! The game said I am the winner! Yeah, I am declared the winner of Volguard II. Also, press select. Okay, well, I'm the winner on level 1 at least. Okay, let's just have a brief look at level 4, because I think this is just the same thing, but a lot harder. But level 1 is already quite hard, so I don't really know why you would need this. Unless you're trying to get, like, retro achievements or something, but... Anyway, yeah. I do enjoy this one. I don't know, like, no one ever talks about it, but this is one of those I will just play on occasion. I don't know why, but just kind of how it is. Okay, you know what, while I've got the turbo controller plugged in, might as well put it to good use. Since we also have Xevious on this console. Probably best to have turbo on just in case. Here we go, good old Xevious, the classic. Oh, wait, is this the European version? Why is the music so fast? You know, it's really funny, because often with these clone systems, they'll put the PAL version of Super Mario on this. And they haven't done that on this, but they have put the PAL version of Xevious on here, which is interesting. Also, I can barely see my own bullets. I've forgotten how much they tend to blend into the background. Also, these buttons are not especially responsive. They're certainly nowhere near as good as the ones that actually came with this system, I can tell you that. I just picked out just a random controller that used the same input. Yeah. Full aggression. Let's do it. Okay, so this game... Okay, so what I will say, by the way, this game, there is a loop point. I'm not sure how many levels you have to beat, or how many bosses there are before the game loops. I can never get to that point. I mean, I've got to be honest, I like Xevious, I was never good at it. Like, on a good day, I can maybe beat the first boss. Like, I can get to the first boss. I know there's, like, some hidden items somewhere. But I always forget where they are. Also, like, what's with the kind of vibrating ground? Okay, that just looks weird. I'm going to assume that's because they put the PAL version on here. Like, maybe they sped up the game for that one. I gotta be honest, I don't know enough about this version of the game to know. No, and I messed up. Okay. You say faster. See, now I'm just thinking of that one Lemmy sketch. Seesaw, Marjorie Door, Johnny shall have a new master. He only works for a penny a day because he can't work any faster. 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 Faster, faster, faster. One of my favourite bits, but just from any comedy show. Okay, okay, I was trying to move just straight down. I'm going to tell you right now, this D-pad is not good. I feel like I may have actually done better on this game with the other controller. I might have made a mistake using this for Xevious. Because normally I can at least make it to the boss. I don't know if maybe the game is faster and that's why I'm kind of messing up a bit. Because I can imagine, I can tell you right now, if I was playing the PAL version of Super Mario 1, I wouldn't have got nearly as far as I did. Like, I probably would have struggled to make it past, like, World 2. So I don't think they changed the sound effects. Like, those sound the same to me. No, I pressed A, and the controller didn't respond. Okay. I will say this, as much as I can complain about this console's actual controllers, as much as I can complain about this console's actual controllers not having turbo buttons, at least the buttons actually worked well, in a way that this kind of doesn't. Oh, there's definitely some hidden thing down here, I think. Like, somewhere on the road, I think? No, I'd have to look it up. Yeah. Admittedly, I was never good at Xevious, but usually I'm better than this. As I say, usually I can get to the boss, at least. Oh, come on! The thing was already dead! Yeah, I kill the thing, and then it shoots a bullet. I don't know if that's just a bug with the PAL version or something. I don't remember that being an issue with the other versions. Like, maybe they should have just included the Japanese version and be done with it. That's often the best way. Anyway, yeah, that's Xevious. Couldn't even beat the high score. Okay, so we've got 2 more games in here. We've got Wars and we've got Challenger. Yeah, you know, let's play some Wars. Yeah, you ever played the classic game Wars? You know, it's my favourite. You know, alongside other classics like Wits and Hole and News. But, yeah, if you don't know. So, I have played this on the Game Boy on stream before, so this is usually known as Penguin Wars, or, well, on the Game Boy it's also known as King of the Zoo, which is the version I have. But yeah, Wars. Let's start. I like this, by the way. You can set it up to 8 players. I don't know how that works. Like, how does multiplayer in this work? Like, is it split screen? Or is one player just on the back end of the screen? I don't know. Well, I'll put my name in, because I may as well. I'm probably not going to beat this game. I've got to be honest, I was always kind of bad at this. I could maybe beat a couple levels on a good day. But, no, I was never good at this. I do remember there's one thing about this game which is kind of weird. Which is basically... what is it? Yeah, basically you can only throw the balls at an angle, I think in the last 15 seconds? Yeah, I was never able to beat this game. I could beat a couple levels on it on a good day, but again, when it comes to actually like sitting down to beat it, I think I've beaten the Game Boy version before, but I've never beaten this one. I do like this game though. Like, this is probably one of the better games on this page. I mean, obviously it's not going to be Super Mario Brothers, but you know, it's all right. Here we go. Yeah, game in a stun lock and you win. So I think you have to win best 2 out of 3. Yes, this game is hard. I will agree on that wholeheartedly. Also, I like that the penguin's eyes are see-through, so you can see them just turn green during the animation, which is a bit odd. Oh, this bit's cool. Yeah, you got the bonus game as well. So this is an arcade conversion, like, if you don't know. So, the arcade version of this... I don't remember what the differences are. I think the arcade version ran smoother. And there is a remake of this, like, or a remake or a sequel, I'm not sure which, but it is on the Switch. I've never played that version. I don't know how it compares to this. But I think it has more characters at least. This one you can only play as the penguin, but I remember even in the Game Boy version, you could play as different characters. Also, I'm not really sure what's going on with the audio in this bit. Meow! Yeah, here we go. Just go for this, like, advanced version of Pong. Because even in 1985, you could not get away with just a straight clone of Pong. Yeah, Plong. You couldn't get away with a straight clone of Pong. You kind of had to do a little bit extra with it. This game's evidence of that. So then we get to play against a panda. I think you could play as a panda in the Game Boy version as well. Ooh, here we go. Get them in the stun lock and you win! Ugh. Also, where did the crowd go? Like, we're just in the middle of nowhere. Also, yeah, you go into outer space with the bonus games, which is interesting. Yeah, it's kind of generally the strategy with this game, is to try to stun the opponent and then just keep stunning them until you win. It's the only strategy I could get to work, anyway. Because trying to play this otherwise, yeah, I was never good. Ooh. Try not to get stunned yourself, obviously. Ugh. Yeah, easier said than done when the balls are just going all over the place. Yeah, you notice that the computer does the exact same thing I do. So, before you complain about me being cheap, yeah, trust me, the computer does the exact same thing. So, yeah, that's why I'm cheap when it comes to this game. Because you know what? If the computer's going to do it, I may as well do the same thing too. Yeah, it's like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do? Yeah. Eat this, scum! I'm better than you. Because I can do the stun game as well. And I can do better than you, because I just won. I don't know who ported this. This might have been done by ASCII, because I know they published it. So I'm guessing this may have been one that ASCII made. But who knows, maybe UPL did work on this, but I don't remember them working on any Famicom games. Also, I don't remember how this game works. how you actually meant to play this one, I couldn't tell you. Oh, hold on. You can aim the balls here, can't you? Yeah, this is basically just a confusing version of Whack-A-Mole, basically. And I never quite figured it out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just Whack-A-Mole, except you're just throwing balls at them. But as I say, I mean, to be fair, again, I'd say this is one of the better games on this page. I mean, Super Mario and Tetris are obviously at the top. But, you know, this firmly fits in the middle, I would say. Also, yeah, this game actually gets really hard. Like, the computer is... Well, they go, I think, to more effort to avoid getting hit. Because they kind of realize, yeah, maybe that's, like, the secret to doing good at this. Is don't get hit. Yeah, the game just does that. Yeah, as I say, I could never beat this game. I don't know if I ever got past this level, actually. I certainly never beat it, and I don't remember beating this bit. Just, the computer just suddenly gets super hard. Because, again, I think when you get to this point, they just actively go out of their way to avoid getting hit under any condition. Like, I think you basically have to trick shot it. Like, bounce the balls off other balls, and... Yeah, good luck doing that consistently. Like, it's, again, far easier said than done. Trust me on this. You kind of have to leave... Yeah, like, you notice that, like, it's basically impossible to hit them. Like, it's basically coded where it's... You basically can't do it. Unless you get lucky. But again, it's not going to be happening. I feel like this is a game that I'd only be able to beat with, like Rewind. If I had, like, Rewind, I could do this. But playing without Rewind, it's pretty much impossible, so... Or at least it is for me. I mean, if you're good at games, maybe you can beat that, but... Since I'm not, we'll just move on. Okay, so we've got one more game on this page. We've got Challenger. This is another game I'm rubbish at, and I could never beat it. I have played this one a little bit. But I'm going to turn the difficulty down to level... Let's turn it to level 4. Because I think if I turn it below that, it might be a bit boring. Here we go, Challenger. Also, okay, what is going on with the sprites? Okay, so the sprites are just glitching out. I don't know if that's a problem with the emulation, or if it's a problem with the ROM. But it's not supposed to do that. Also, yeah, this game is not easy. I mean, there's a reason it's called Challenger, I suppose. Where you're playing as not Indiana Jones. Although, to be fair, this game is far better than most of the actual Indiana Jones games on the Famicom or NES. Because, yeah, those Indiana Jones games on the NES, they are not good. Also, like, the delay on the attack makes it far more difficult than it should be. I've got to be honest, I never really cared much for this one. Like, this is one of those games where it has a lot of interesting ideas for the time, but those ideas would be done better by other games. Like, the main part of this game essentially is level 2. Like, this first level is, I think, a conversion of either a computer game or an arcade game, I can't remember which. Where they basically just took that and just like, yeah, we'll just do this. And then the rest of the game is completely different. And level 2, it kind of feels like a precursor to The Legend of Zelda Overworld, to me. But nowhere near as good. Partly because it's like you get hit once and you die. Yeah, and by the way, note the fact that this is level 4. And there are 16 difficulty levels. I mean, if you're crazy enough to play this game on, like, anything above the default difficulty... all I can say is good luck. I mean, you'd struggle to get past the first level. As I'm doing. Like, this first level goes on forever, as well. Like, I think that's the problem with this game. Like, the levels are just too long. And they're also kind of tedious, because that... Like, this game really should have at least had a checkpoint system. Which level 2 kind of does, but not in a way that makes a whole lot of sense. I'll explain it if I can actually get there. Yeah, like look at this. Like, how do I dodge the enemies? Like, there's really no, like, good identifiable pattern. I mean, there kind of is, but exactly where they move doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. And by the way, again, difficulty level 4 out of, I think, 16? Yeah, like, that's the thing about Hudson Soft, like, back when, during this era. A lot of their games were just kind of vicious. Like, they were just out to kill you. Like, not all of them, but certainly, like, the majority of their games were just, like, stupidly hard. I mean, the thing is, the invincibility only does so much, though, because the fact that you die in one hit, you know, I'm just gonna veto this game, because fuck this shit. I'm like, this is the type of game where I would only consider playing through it with, like, tool assists. If I have save states, I'd probably play through it with that. Playing through it without those, I'm just going to say no. Yeah, Challenger. Sack of shit. I'm not even going to bother. Like, you know, that game doesn't even deserve being played with 0 life. Like, they may as well have just not included it. I'm like, you know what? You would have probably been better off just not including the game on this system. Like, just replace it with, like, a duplicate of a nice code game. It would have been preferable. But, oh, hold on. Where is it? Yep, there it is. So that's page 20 done. So that's all of those games over and done with. So that means that we've actually looked at 9 pages of this system. But we've got another 31 to do. And so after 20 comes 9. So the 10th page is page 9. Okay, so I think we're going to get a whole lot more, like, really early games. So we're still not getting nice code games, interestingly. But we are getting all your favourites, like Antarctic Adventure, Arabian, Balloon Fight, Baseball. I'm probably going to skip this one, to be honest, because I can't stand baseball games at the best of times. Binary Land, Bird Week, Bomberman. I've got to be honest, I may also skip Bomberman, because as good as Bomberman is, this game is long. Like, this game, literally, to beat it, takes at least an hour and a half. So, I'm probably going to skip this one. Bomb Sweeper, Brush Roller. This was mentioned in chat earlier. I think your wish has come. And BurgerTime. You know, I'm just going to get Bomberman out of the way. I'll show this off for a minute. Only do one pitch test the control. Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, if there's a secret to playing NES baseball, I don't know it. Because, yeah, as I say, I'm not a fan of baseball games at the best of times. Like, you could tell me that something is the greatest baseball game ever made, I still don't want to play it. Like, I don't want to play Baseball Stars. I don't want to play, you know, RBI Baseball. Like, I don't even know what RBI means. Okay, it may as well stand for Randy Bastard Idiot. You know. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Just baseball, it's like, yeah. Anyway, yeah, so as I say, just going to show off Bomberman there for a minute. Again, I'm not going to play through it on this system because, for one thing, I have beaten this game before in my own time. Also because this game takes ages to beat, and it is kind of just 50 levels of the same level over and over again. And as much as I like this game, it's not really conducive to streaming, let's say. Okay, baseball. Okay, you know what? I kind of want to play Bomb Sweeper, actually, because that one is quite good. You know what? That's a good one. You know, I think Balloon Fight is on the NES Mini, isn't it? So, push the D-pad in to see if I... Okay, you know, yeah, let's try that. I'm not going to play through this game in full because it's baseball, and I just don't want to. Well, there's no J team. Fine, I'll go for good old W. Okay, let's see if that works with this controller. So, am I pitching or am I batting? Okay. Let's see if this works, because now I'm interested. So, I'm just going to hold the D-pad in and see if I can hit all the directions at once. I don't know if this works. Okay, so what's actually supposed to happen with the glitch pitch? Like, what is the glitch pitch? How does it differ from a regular pitch? Because I don't know. Also, the graphics seem to be a little bit glitchy on this. Like, You can see a few stray pixels between first and second base. I don't know what's going on there. Also, yeah, Arabian. Oh, no. Wait, what? Ball goes at 10 miles per... Okay, Oh, yeah. I forgot that. Yeah, if you press the B button, it does that. No, wait until I can stop pitching. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't seem to work with this controller. I can maybe try plugging in the other controller and seeing if it works with that. Okay, I want to see if I can do this now, because I've never heard of this. Okay, does this work with my other controller that I've got here? Okay, let me unpause. Oh, I do love the... actually, this controller might have a pivot in the D-pad. Yeah, okay, it doesn't seem to work the way you say it is. Okay, so... Yeah, that's baseball. I'm not going to bother playing it, because it's baseball, who really cares? Like, I'll willingly play through golf, because I actually do find the golf game to be kind of fun, despite its antiquated features. Antiquated... Or however you pronounce it. No, I think the D-pad on this actually does work as intended, so... Unfortunately, we won't be seeing that here. Maybe if I played on another clone system, we can have a look into that. I was thinking, were there any games that I should play this with Turbo? But I don't think any of these... No, I think with these games, there's no reason to really do that. Okay, we'll just play Antarctic Adventure, because I do like this one. Let's do... I want to see how level 2 differs from level 1. I don't actually remember. Yeah, Antarctic Adventure level 2. Let's do it. Now, this is a good game. I do enjoy this one. I don't remember how this difficulty level varies. Also, yeah, just going around collecting flags. I think the flags are just points, aren't they? Also, yeah, this was on the ColecoVision, oddly enough. Like, there were a couple of Konami games on there. There was also the Cabbage Patch Kids game that they reskinned for the MSX. At least, I think the Cabbage Patch Kids version was the original. I think. I might be wrong, but... Okay, so it's just the time limit changes. I have beaten this on difficulty 1 before. I want to see how far I can get on difficulty 2. Because I'm like, well, you know, I played difficulty 1 on on Road Fighter, I should say, recently. And I guess I effectively did end up going through level 2 on that as well, just having beaten it a bunch of times. Oh, Athletic Land was the original. Okay. I wasn't sure, to be fair. But I, for some reason, remembered the Cabbage Patch Kids version being the original, but I suppose I'm wrong on that. Which kind of makes sense, really, because, I mean, what's that game have to do with Cabbage Patch Kids beyond the license? They're just sticking the characters in there. I think generally with this game, as long as you're going fast, you're generally okay. At least it is when I play it, anyway. And I think this was Konami's first Famicom game as well. It was certainly one of the first. Like, this and Yia Kung Fu might have come out at the same time. And, yeah, you can kind of tell this was a really early game. Not that it's bad or anything, because this is a good game. I like this one. But it's... Yeah, like, you can tell it's less developed in terms of features compared to sort of late Konami games. You know, you compare this to, like, Contra or something like that. There's a big difference in terms of... Well, just how much they're getting out of the hardware. Because, I mean, this literally is a game that was also on ColecoVision and MSX. Like, this is essentially the same. Like, it maybe looks slightly better, but... Yeah, there's not as many differences as you would normally expect going from one of those to the other. But this really does feel like an MSX game that they just decided to bring over to the Famicom. I think Yia Kung Fu is also like that, where they based it on the MSX version rather than the arcade one. Which is kind of a shame, because when it comes to Yia Kung Fu, I really prefer the arcade game. But it's a matter of opinion. Also, yeah, so Kojima I don't think worked on this game. Like, I think he only worked on the sequel. Which, sadly, never got a Famicom release. It was, I think, exclusive to MSX. There is a bootleg of it for the Sega Master System, oddly enough. Like, as in, like, they bootleg ported it to Master System, where I think it's more or less the same. Maybe the audio is a bit worse, I don't know, but I gotta be honest, I don't think I've ever played the sequel. I've seen people play it and so talk about it, but it's not one I've ever really played myself. I never really got into Kojima's games personally. I don't know. I was never good with Metal Gear Solid, mostly just because I'm rubbish at stealth games. I always have been. Oh yeah. Sexy Parodius. That's another game I don't think I've ever actually played. Okay, here we go. Level 4. So I think there are 10 levels and then you beat the game. But I wanted to give myself a challenge. See how much harder level 2 is compared to level 1. And it does seem that really the only notable difference is the difficulty level. Not the time limit. But that's how they change the difficulty level. I don't know. I think about Hang On for the Master System, which also has 3 difficulty options. And in that game, they just make it so that the computer bikers behave differently. I think the time limit is the same on all of them. It's just a case of you have to make a bit more of an effort to avoid getting hit on the higher difficulties. Where you compare it to F1 Race, where you just get entirely different sets of tracks. And that, like, level 3 in that game is insane. Like, I was playing it on stream a couple days ago, and yeah, good luck. Oh, is this just Loop 2? Yeah, I guess it must be. But I mean Stage 4, that's what I mean. Okay, well, it's good to know, because I played this... Like, I've played a fair bit of this game. I don't think I ever beat Loop 2, actually. At least I don't recall beating Loop 2. I might be wrong. Also, I think we're coming up to my favourite base, actually. The best one. Assuming I can get to it anyway. There's a lot of turns on this level. Also, it is the same levels every time. It's just, I don't know if the seals come out of different holes every time, or if it's the same and they just give you less time to do it. Couldn't tell you. Ugh. Ugh. No, I'm screwing up now. This is not good. But yeah, I mean, as far as these kind of early Famicom games go, this is one of the better ones, I would say. It's one I can always have a good time with. You know, though it is kind of, well, basically a racing game, really. Like, Into the Screen Racer. I maybe wouldn't quite put this on the level of, like, F1 Race, personally. I kind of prefer that game. As hard as that last set of levels is, I do enjoy it. I could never beat it, though. But yeah, Yume Penguin Monogatari, or whatever you call it. I've maybe played that game for 5 minutes. I'm not too familiar with it. Like, it's a weird game. But I think that's what it was trying to be fair. Ugh. Okay, I gotta learn to adjust speed when necessary. It's better to lose a little bit of speed than all of it. Ugh. Got away with it. Okay, go off to the side. Also, what is with these walkways? This is what Simon sees when he's going through the bridge in Castlevania. The stage... Which stage is it which has that? Is it like stage 11? Stage 10? I can't remember which. She's doing the 4th set of levels. Oh, I think we're good. We've got 21 seconds to flow. Yeah, it's the best part. Here we go. The US of A is here too. Yeah, Australia. Yeah, you got Japan. Actually, I don't think we've seen the Japan one yet. But here we go. Welcome to stage 7. Also, it is funny the way that they number these stages. It really is like Castlevania in that sense, where every loop they continue to like count the numbers up, even though it's effectively the same level again but harder. Like Castlevania does the exact same thing, where it's kind of like, oh yeah, stage 19, is just a harder version of stage 1. Which is kind of weird. Yeah, Paradius is interesting. I'm not a big fan of the gameplay, personally. It's just, I don't know. Gradius... I've only got enough patience in my life to really get into one Gradius game, and that's the first one. I can never get into any of the others. Yeah, I was never good with Gradius. No, get out of my way, you tit. I'm trying to get to the base station thing. But yeah, as I say, I can't really get into Paradius or like any of the Gradius games beyond the first one. And even the first one, I've kind of done my time with it. I don't really have much desire to revisit it now. It's kind of just whatever. So, yeah, okay, level 8. I remember level 9 is really short, and there's not really much room for error on that one, I don't think. Also, I feel like this is some sort of classical piece, but I don't remember what it is. Admittedly, I'm kind of just bad with classical music in general, to be fair. So, you know, I know my pop tunes, I don't know classical. That's just how I operate. That's how I've always been. I know Beethoven's Fifth. Ugh! Yeah, now they're just putting holes everywhere. Oh, no, you don't. I'm gonna get hit by that. Also, look how quickly you lose speed when you press down. Like, I tapped down and it shot down like 5 times. Ah! No! Why did it start turning to the right when I was trying to jump to the right? Yeah, like, see how quickly you lose speed? It's like a Formula 1 car almost. The phone ringing. Also, yeah, Paradius. I mean, I've played a little bit of Paradius DAW on the SNES, and I don't think I ever got past the 2nd level. Admittedly, that's just probably down to me being rubbish at, like, shoot-em-up games for the most part. Again, I've beaten Gradius 1, I never beat any of the others. And I can never really get very far in any of the others, to be fair. Okay, where are the seals at? Yeah, like, you see how short this level is? And you hear how loud that saw is? Yeah. UK! 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 Yeah. We're in the game too, you know. You just have to get near the end of the game to know that. Also, it was just me, or did the colours on that flag look a little bit off? Like, it looked like there was a bit too much red. Ugh. Ugh. Now, I've got to do it. I've got 93 seconds to do many kilometers. Like, how many kilometers am I going? Like, look at this. Yeah, see, I'm learning to master the brake. It is slightly awkward that you have to hold up to go at top speed. Because I think if you let go of up, you actually lose speed, like, gradually. So you got to be a bit wary of that if you actually intend to beat this game. Okay. You know, screw the flags. I'm just going for the... I'm just going for the win. For the win, as they say on Hollywood Squares. Which is funny, because there is a NES Hollywood Squares game, but I guarantee you it's not on the system, because I don't think I've ever come across a system that has that game on it. Now that I think about it. Okay, desperately go over these holes. Okay, somehow I did it. I don't know how. But I'll gladly take that. Ooh. Yeah, look at this clutch play. Oh, I'm doing it. Making it happen. Yes! Okay, I think I've got it. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, travelling thousands of kilometers. But we made it to the Japanese station. And Pentaro was certainly happy about that. Okay, I think we can count this one as complete. Because, yeah, Loop 2 completed. Guess we can see what loop 3 is like. So I think... Okay, so this time we've got a minute. I don't know what it was last time. I want to say it was like 80 seconds. I might be wrong, but... Yeah, we're not really in Japan. We're just at the Japanese, like, Antarctic base thing. Yeah, I was like, surely it's like 80 seconds, isn't it? Wait, so if you get hit at all, then you just lose? I've never really tried playing the game on this level, to be fair. Like, I never really sat down and played level 3. But hey, I beat level 2, that's pretty good. I'm going to count that as a win, I don't care. Yeah, I don't know about not making any mistakes. I feel like I might still be able to finish this. Because there's not much distance left, yeah. Are you sure about that? Like, are you sure level 3 of this game is harder than level 3 in F1 Race? Because that, F1 Race might be a contender for one of the hardest games ever. Or certainly one of the hardest games on the Famicom. Like, anyone who can get to the last level in that game... Gaming god. I'll tell you that. And I could never do it. I've gotten close. But I always run out of time. Like, on a good run. It's like... well, you went just a little bit too slow in the corner, so you ran out of time. Ugh. Well, I mean, it depends on what you define as impossible. Because the thing is, technically all of the levels are impossible. Because when you get to the last level... you actually just do laps on the last level forever until you run out of time. Like, there's no way to win on the last level, I think. As far as I'm aware, like, it's really... It's literally just a case of you do that last level and you do as many laps around it as you can, and then you run out of time and get your high score. But, yeah... I know it's possible to get to the last level, but you basically have to do it flawlessly. But yeah, let's see what my high score is, because I've beaten the high score, so I think we're good. I wasn't actually paying attention to what the default high score is. It was probably like 30,000 or something like that. I've forgotten this game had one. No, it really does seem like this game has more room for error than you give it credit for, because I've certainly made some mistakes on this, and I haven't run out of time yet. Granted, I imagine it does get harder towards the end. Maybe there's less room for error on the last couple of levels, I don't know, but so far, we're okay. I do like the animation. It's good. It's kind of funny, we're going straight from playing one Penguin game to another, because we just played Penguin Wars, and now we're playing Antarctic Adventure, which also is a penguin. Yeah, here we go. Australia sure do love their Antarctica, don't they? Gotta get that tourism. Oh, yeah, maybe it is the really short level at the end, the UK level. Well, to be fair, I've got tons of wrong opinions, as has been made evident on the stream. There's the thing about me, like, I just commit sacrilege just, you know, every few minutes. You know, I'm like, you know what? I think Antarctic Adventure is a better game than Ninja Gaiden 3. You know, I think it's a better game. Certainly a better game than Challenger. Fuck Challenger. Challenger can stay stuck on that train for all I care. Just abandon him, because that's what he deserves. Well, there is that point. You know, it's like they're closer to Antarctica than most other places. I mean, what else is there? Argentina, the South Sandwich Islands. No relation to the fine Kentish town of Sandwich. I think it's in Kent, isn't it? It's somewhere in the south, I know that. It's one of those southern towns that I've never been to. Here we go. New Zealand. Which looks like Australia, but the dots are a bit different. Well, That is true. I mean, Shaq Fu... It's not one of the worst games ever, but it's hardly worth playing. Like, Shaq Fu just doesn't control well, more than anything. It's just... Yeah. Though, granted, you put it up against the NES. Like, the NES has so few fighting games. I mean, what's the competition? Urban Champion? No thanks. Actually, no, thinking about it, I would play Urban Champion over Shaq Fu. Like, Urban Champion gets its fundamentals down better than Shaq Fu does. Here we go, stage 15. Oh, I'm doing it. Yeah, Tournament Fighters. Which I think is on the system. It seems to be on the first page. Assuming it isn't a mislabeled version of something else. Yeah. You see my penguin skills? Look at this. I'm just going to keep playing this until I get game over, to be honest. Or maybe if I beat this loop. I don't see that happening, but it's worth giving it a try. Yeah, the Ninja Turtles fighting game. That is what I'm looking forward to, because I do like that game. Oh, welcome to Penguin Land. No, that's a different game. Penguin Country, whatever you want to call it. I guess that's kind of what Antarctica is, just in general. Ugh. Okay, I picked a bad time to do that. I do like the jump animation, though. Like, this game is worth playing just with that jump animation. Just flapping its wings. You know, I think this is better than Penguin Wars. At least the Famicom version. Maybe if I put it up against the Game Boy version, I need to think about it. But, you know, Famicom, Penguin Wars... I don't know, it just kind of scales up in difficulty a bit too quickly for my liking. Okay, I'm not sure I'm going to finish this level, because you look at the distance, you look how much I have to catch up. Let's see. Ugh! I thought I pressed jump then, but apparently not. Okay, to be fair, the controls are actually working quite well. I cannot complain about the controls here. Because, to be fair, literally the only problem I have with this controller is that it doesn't have turbo buttons. That's the one problem. If it had turbo buttons, it'd be perfect, but... Well, or near enough. I mean, the build quality isn't quite on the level of, like, the actual, you know, NES pad, but it's not far off. You know, I'd say it's closer than you would expect for a, you know, a fan clone, like, bootleg plug-and-play thing. Okay, so I'm going to guess that, yeah, these last few levels probably allow for fewer mistakes. So I have to guess that anyway. No. Okay, might not be able to do this. We'll see. Actually, I'm not sure. No! Every single time. Oh, is it level 9? Or level 8? Whichever one is. Because 9 is the really short one. Although, I'm not sure I'm going to make it to the end at this rate anyway. Oh. Yeah, see, now I'm just messing up. I did this level so good earlier. Or no, actually, that might have been the last level. No, okay, I guess I made it. You know what's funny? I did play this off-stream for the Retro Achievements once. And I think I only got about halfway through the second loop and then ran out of time. I was expecting to do a lot worse at this, to tell you the truth. I was like, am I even going to be able to beat the second loop? Because I hadn't done it before. But now that I have, I'm feeling pretty good. Certainly makes up for earlier. Let's say that. I'm not sure if it makes up for the previous streams, though, because some real howlers on that. If you saw me play pinball, tried to atone for that by playing it on the last stream in the middle of the week. Oh! No! Okay. Yeah, I'm going to pick a side and hope for the best. Unfortunately, they keep appearing on the left, which isn't really doing me much good. Let's go for Gambler's Fallacy, see if that works. Or let's not. Ooh. Aha! a nice chill game to mess around with. See, this is the kind of thing I'm into. Just this. Okay, but can we make it to the UK? That's the real question. Yeah, you gotta get in between the gaps. That's the trick. Okay, so this time we got 30 seconds. Can I do this in 30 seconds? This is the real question. That's what I want to know. Yeah, so they don't seem to put any more enemies. Like, well, I say enemies. The seals or holes or whatever. There doesn't seem to be more of that. Well, I guess I didn't make any mistakes. That seemed to go perfectly okay. There we go, there's the UK. Okay, I think I might have been wrong before. Actually, that looks about normal. That was the hardest bit? No, I mean, the last level is longer, though. I could do short. Look at the games I've beaten. Ugh, no. No, stop appearing. I need to get to the other side. I know I've already beaten this game, but I'd like to beat this second time. Yeah, the time... I don't know why they have 4 digits in the clock. That's not some weird issue with this ROM. Like, that's just how the game normally is. Why they would need 4 digits in there, I don't know. Unless maybe it's for testing purposes. Ugh. Okay. So, is there a level 4 to this game? Like, does this game get harder after level 3? Or does it just keep restarting level 3 every time? No! Yeah, I'm making up for my faux pas earlier. Ugh! Now I slowed down a bit too much there. Now it's going to be a bit of clutch play, I think. If I do make it. Ooh, see that use of brakes though? That was pretty good. Like, see, this is the sort of thing I've got some level of skill at. Ugh, okay, I think I did it. Wait, was it 64 seconds? I thought it was 60. Okay, so how many seconds do I get on loop 4? Well, I beat level 3. So if there was any doubt as to whether I beat this game, well... Okay, now I have 70 seconds. What's going on? Why have I got more time than last time? I'm guessing there's more stuff to avoid, maybe? There has to be. Because why would they make it easier? Maybe it did loop back to level 1. Because I don't know why it would have given me more time otherwise. I don't know. I mean, I'll probably have to, like, deliberately lose at this point, since I've effectively beaten the game on the hardest level. There's not really much else I can do. And I mean, if the game is actually going to get easier past that, then, yeah, I kind of have to deliberately lose. I mean, it'd be funny to get 1,000,000 points in this, but also, that's going to take all day. Like, it would take the rest of the stream, at least, and... You know, like, there's a reason I'm not playing Bomberman on here, and it's for that reason. So, yeah, I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to deliberately time out on the next level. But, thank you for the congrats, I appreciate it. I might as well just note this down as completed on the list. Okay, what happens if I just go really slow? This is what happens if I play it like a baby. Like, this is grandma style. Yeah, like, you see the way that the background scrolls? Like, it is very MSX-like. Also, look at the rest. Like, the way it keeps just going down odd numbers? Like, what's going on there? Also, why is it just odd numbers? Like, where are the even numbers in this? Like, yeah, we decided, you know, even numbers are overrated. Odd numbers only, because they're odd. They're unusual. Because you can't divide them by 2, I guess. I don't know. Also, you can just do this and just leave it here forever. Screensaver? I don't know about that. Because the screen never really goes black entirely. Like, there's always going to be parts of the screen in colour. So I would have to disagree with that. Certainly if we're talking about, you know, its use for an original purpose, then yeah. It depends on what you call a good screensaver, I guess. Anyway, yeah. So hey, it turns out I'm not bad at every game. Like, there are games out there that I'm actually pretty good at. And I suppose this is one of them. As I say, I'm losing here, but that's just because I'm deliberately losing so I can get my high score and move on. So there we go. That's what happens when you lose. Just time over. And, yeah, so we go from a classic game to a game that is anything but. Here we go. Had to be done sooner or later. Got to play some Arabian. Ugh. I think I might have mentioned this game on stream on Thursday. And, actually, no. I don't think it was even me. I think it actually just came up. Like, it was like AVGN edit video. Which is about what this game deserves. Let's be fair. Okay, let's try to play this game for real. And by play this game for real, I mean get cheesed by the game. Because, yeah. I think I did mention this on stream recently when I was talking about Icky. And how it's not a good game. Like, it's a notorious Kusa game. But at the same time, I would honestly say that this game is far worse. Like, Icky is mostly bad because of the screen scrolling. Like, you have to be so close to the edge of the screen that's scrolling that you keep getting killed by enemies before you can react to them. This game has far more problems than that. The hit detection just doesn't work, for one thing, because often what happens, if you're not on the exact same vertical plane as the enemy that you're trying to hit, your attacks just go right through them. Like, okay, so now I'm just waiting for this enemy to move out of the way. Also, you can't attack while you're crawling. Now, the first two levels are playable enough. Yeah, this might be one of the worst. Mostly because of this level. Like, this level is about as bad as it gets. And it's something that can't really be expressed very well unless you actually sit down and play it yourself. Like, you really have to play this one to just appreciate just how unpleasant this level is. I mean, firstly, it's an eyesore, where you've just got this mix of just, like, this brick background, and yeah, it's just, like, a mix of this brick background, and just this sort of weird purple colour that just doesn't look great. Climbing on the vines is near impossible, because if you're not lined up with them, like, to the pixel, it doesn't count. Like, it's bullshit. Like, basically, the collision detection in this is some of the most unforgiving on the console. Partly because the sprites are just so small that you can't really position anything properly. Enemies constantly spawn in, and there's very rarely a good opportunity to move anywhere. Like, if you're trying to get anywhere in particular. Yeah, like, you notice I'm just trying to climb on the vine, and most of the time it just doesn't work. You have to be lined up to, like, a very specific pixel for it to work. And if you're not lined up exactly, it just doesn't climb for some reason. And it's not obvious as to which pixel it is. It just feels random. Like, and it feels just terrible on top of everything else. Yeah, like, you can see I'm just trying to climb on the vine. I'm not trying to do anything fancy. And like there, I was trying to walk to the vine and climb it. No, you can't do it that way. You actually have... Like, you literally... The only way to do it is that you have to... You have to jump onto the vine and then do it. Like, the game is so unforgiving in just ways that don't really make any sense. I think that's the problem. Like, the challenge just comes from just various... I don't know if it's just bad programming or just poor design. A lot of it absolutely is down to bad programming, though. Like, the fact that you can't attack in midair, the jumping doesn't work, the hit detection. Like, half the time when you try to hit an enemy, your attack passes through them. And the level design on that third level especially is so poor that it makes the game virtually unplayable. Yeah, it's just... as I say, I mean, in Japan, from what I remember, they tend to consider Icky to be the first real Kusoge on the system. But again, I think this game is 1,000 times worse. Icky is not good, but it is more playable. It has far fewer issues than this game. I dare anyone to play level 3 of this game and actually try to beat it legit, and not call this game a piece of shit afterwards. It's just, it's just... this is the type of game that save states and rewind were made for, because playing this without those, it is... Yeah, I would say this is one of the very worst Famicom games, and... I don't know, I feel like it doesn't get talked about enough. If you were to ask me, what the 10 worst Famicom games are, I wouldn't be able to do that properly, because I feel like there'd be some RPGs that would be in the conversation, and I'm just not a fan of those anyway, even when they are good. But this game is definitely a contender. It's... No. But anyway, I'm going to take a quick break so I can get myself another drink, so I don't wear out my voice out too much during the stream. And hopefully we'll play some better games when we come back, so don't go away.
hurt, your jibber jabber? You ain't hurt. You pathetic. Ah!
Okay, we're back. And Mr. T is also back. But anyway. Yeah, so... You know what? Since we're on the subject of penguin games, you know, we played Penguin Wars, we played Antarctic Adventure, we got to play Binary Land. It's essential. You want to be green penguin or pink penguin? Well, let's go for the green one, because that's what I'm used to. So, yeah. I think the bright side of this stream is, you know what? No matter what the rest of the games are like that I played today, none of them are going to be worse than Super Arabian. You know, that's the positive that I'm going to take. All of these games will be better. I don't care what the next page is. I don't care if it's, like, more RoboCop 2. I don't care if it's nice code games, because even nice code games, some of them at least are better than that. Like, that's how bad Super Arabian is. I would rather play it's like, I would rather play a nice code game much of the time. Though, I suppose it depends on which nice code game we're talking about, really. Now, this is, yeah, this is one of the classics from back in the day. So, Binary Land, this is one of those that tends to get marked as one of the early classics. I must admit, this is not one of my favourites. Granted, it's still, like, a million times better than Super Arabian. But I will say this is a pretty good game. It's not one of my favourites, I'll put it like that. I guess that's kind of how I feel, more than anything. It's kind of like, there's some really good stuff to this. You know, you control two penguins at the same time. It's kind of cool. And yeah, I'm not really sure what to say about this one. In some ways, it actually does resemble Bomberman a little bit, which is funny, because it was by the same people and released at around the same time. I think both of these were December 1985. But this one, as far as I'm aware, this game doesn't have an ending. I think it just goes on forever. Like, I don't think this game ends. If it does, I'm not aware of it. I remember, I think I looked up the retro achievements on this once, and there didn't seem to be anything indicating any kind of ending screen. Like, it's just kind of, yeah, you just do the levels over and over. Also, yeah, you can just straight up walk into the spiders, which is quite funny. If you get that. Okay, so it does just loop. So, when does this game reach the loop point? I want to say it's level 22, but I don't remember for certain. I think if you can get to level 22, that's the point where it stops coming up with, like, new obstacles or anything like that. That's basically when every level just becomes a duplicate of the previous one. Like, where basically level 22 and every level after it are basically the same. I think. I don't think I've ever gotten that far into this game. There's a certain point in this where I just get stuck, and I don't know if there's some level of strategy to this game that I'm missing. Like, maybe I'm just bad. Oh, oops. Great, I get the 1-up bonus and immediately get killed. That's the JP way. Like, that's the secret. Also, I think the levels are... Aren't these levels randomly generated, or am I wrong on that? Because I think it's different levels every time. And yeah, the soundtrack for this is quite good. I can't really fault the soundtrack. You know, it's funny, because I was watching Jeff Gerstmann play a whole bunch of games yesterday. And he was playing... What was he playing? He was playing... okay, I'm not sure what to do here. Okay, not gonna lie, I'm kind of stuck. Oh, okay, I figured it out. But yeah, he was playing, I think, Star Tropics 2, and I'm like, this soundtrack is well done, but also this dungeon theme has already looped like 5 times, and I'm 2 minutes into watching this dungeon, and I don't want to hear this theme ever again. Like, that's kind of how it felt. I'm just like... It's the kind of thing where there is an art to making short loops for your game, like loops that last like 30 seconds or less generally. There's an art to doing it well, and I don't think Star Tropics 2 does it well. Like, you really have to go for something like Koji Kondo or something like that. Like the Zelda 1 theme, like the dungeon theme, is also quite short, but I never got tired of it. Like, that theme I could just hear over and over again, I don't mind it. But then I see that footage of Star Tropics 2, which is a game I've never really played, to be fair. Just not one I've ever really sat down and bothered with. And watching it just makes me not really want to play it, just because I know that if I played it on my own time, I would get sick of that theme so fast. And it seemed to be the same theme for every dungeon, which just makes it worse. Oh yeah, this is where they introduce the bird that swaps places. Because the game's like that. But, I don't know, I like this game. Again, it's not one of my favourite games ever, but, you know, it's pretty good. Like, this one is definitely worth playing. Like, it's kind of the thing about these games. In some ways, they look very similar, but when you actually sit down to play them, they vary more in quality than you might think, where something like this is quite good. But then you play, like, Super Arabian, and you're like, this is one of the worst things ever, I want to die playing this. Okay, so here we go, round 10. I do like you can just walk into the spiders, which is amusing. There we go. Also, yeah, Marsman. I don't think this has any Inventor ROM hacks on here. If it does, I haven't come across them yet. Because, yeah, they put a lot of nice code games on here, but when it comes to, like, Inventor, they don't really seem to have bothered with that. They kind of just... I guess they figured there wasn't really much point to include those, since they are just badly reskinned versions of existing games. Here we go. Yes, Super Arabian. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. All the other games on this page, I can tell you right now that every other game on that page, you know, including things like baseball and, you know, which I don't really care for. Again, I'm just not a fan of baseball games, just full stop. I don't like them. I can maybe get a little bit of fun out of them in two-player mode, but playing it on my own, not so much, really. There we go. Nice 420 bonus there. Yeah, I'm just gonna get the bonus. Yeah, here we go, super speed! Look at all these points I'm getting. With 12 seconds to spare. And by 12 seconds, I mean more like 1 second, because of the way the timer works in this. It's kind of the weird thing with a lot of these games. Like even Super Mario Brothers, that, like, it's not, it doesn't work in Earth seconds. Like, it goes a little bit faster than you would expect it to. At least if you're not used to Super Mario, anyway. There we go. But yeah, I think this is where the game gets hard. Is it like round 17, I think? I can't remember. No, it's this level. Okay, yeah, because I know basically at some point they introduce... Okay, well, can't really do much there. It's just, got generated by the bird. But yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, basically I reached this part of the game, and I can't really get much further than this because of those fires that you have to avoid. You can't kill them. You can't avoid them. Like, there's... Basically, if you get hit by them, it's instant death. And they seem to move around entirely at random. I never figured out... Is there, like, some secret method of dealing with the fire? Because if there is, I never figured it out. Like, again, I've never gotten much further than this. I can maybe get to, like, round 17, and that's about it. Yeah, like, it feels like you basically have to collect the invincibility power-up, otherwise you just get killed. Or at least it does if you're me. Again, I don't know. There may be something to that I'm missing. Like, maybe there's a secret to that I just never figured out, but... Okay, now I've got to do this with reverse controls. Yeah, so the problem is, like, I have to free the other penguin, but because this fire is in the way, and there's no way to get around it, I think that's a problem. Where you have that enemy that you can't kill or avoid in most circumstances, and the levels are too small. Like, there's no... The problem is, most of the time, there's no way to get around them. And that's really the problem that I have with this game. It feels like once you get to level 15, it just becomes way too much based on luck. Like, you have to just hope that you get the invincibility power up, and that you don't mess it up before it appears. And, yeah, I don't know. I think that's the reason why I'm not really into this game that much. It's like, I want to like this game more than I do, but the later levels are just too luck-based for my liking. Or at least that's what it feels like, anyway. Again, there might be something to that I'm missing, but I kind of doubt it. You know what? We gotta play. We gotta play some Bird Week. So, I think Study Game... If I remember, Study Game just allows you to pick any level you want. So, we're not going to bother with that. And you actually just play that one level. But yeah, Bird Week. A game that's notable for just being weird. So, yeah, you play as a bird, and you have to collect butterflies, deliver them to the chicks, and try to make sure that you... Yeah, it's not easy. Just because the way the game kind of handles and... Well, actually, it's not really the controls so much, it's more just how erratic the butterflies are. I don't know if I call this boring. I must admit, I haven't played this game much. I've never got more than a few levels into it. But yeah, I've always... Again, I've never played this game much. So is that panda at the bottom? Is it supposed to be a mole? I couldn't even tell. But I'm pretty sure moles aren't usually white. Yeah, that looks like a panda just coming out of the ground for some reason. Now, I don't know much about this game. I do know that once, like fairly recently, I saw a YouTube video that was talking about the hardest games on the Famicom and NES. And I think they literally called this the hardest game on the system. Like, literally. I don't know how true that is, but considering the other games they put on that list, I'm inclined to believe them. Yeah, I don't like the soundtrack for this one. I've got to be honest. It's a little bit depressive. It reminds me a lot of Deadly Towers. And honestly, I'd probably take the soundtrack for that game over this. I don't know. It's just kind of unpleasant. A little bit. And I don't mean the game itself. I really do just mean the soundtrack. It's just, you know, it's just kind of pinging the sound chip for one thing. Oh. There we go. Ugh. No, try to get off the thing, but it's like you have to press up to do it. But yeah, as I say, I do remember basically the consensus among people who've played this game more than I have is that this is the hardest game on the system. I don't know how many levels this has. I want to say that if you factor in like palette swaps and adding in more difficult enemies and that sort of thing, I think there are essentially 36 levels, which is weird for a game called Bird Week. You'd expect them to be 7, but no. Yeah, Takeshi's Challenge. I think that was on that list as well. And I think it was actually below this game. Because again, this was literally number 1 on the list. Yeah, Dendy Forever. That's the one. Again, I'm not sure if I'd say this is boring. It's certainly challenging. Again, I've never gotten more than a few levels into it. And from what I've heard, it's not really on me. Maybe it is a little bit, because I haven't really played it much, but still. Yeah, so according to other people online who seem to be more informed than me, yeah, this does get harder than Takeshi's Challenge. I suppose because with Takeshi's Challenge, if you have an FAQ or a guide on how to beat the game, that one is probably a lot more doable than some other games on the system, where while there's some really obfuscated and just weird stuff in that game, it is at least doable. To an extent. Yeah, Bird Week or a Week of Garfield. I mean, I've seen people beat a Week of Garfield. I've never seen anyone beat this game. And again, I'm pretty certain this has more levels than Garfield. Like, Garfield, I think, has 7 levels, doesn't it? This definitely has more. Though, I say that, I think this is also one of those kind of endless games. It doesn't matter how far you get. Eventually, you're going to lose. Or maybe activate some sort of kill screen, but Yeah, that's not going to be happening on my watch. Also, you got to deal with flying squirrels. Like, it's kind of the thing. It's just all of the fauna trying to kill you. Ugh. There we go. That's one. Yeah, it's just kind of a case of positioning yourself in the right place and don't get killed by the flying squirrel. I mean, the game controls decently, to be fair. Like, it takes a bit of getting used to, but once you've gotten the controls down, it actually plays fine, I would say. Like, there are some games I've played where I would complain about the controls. This isn't really one of them. I don't think the buttons do anything, which is interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's Takeshi's Challenge, difficult solution. Ugh. Yeah, like, just trying to deal with this flying squirrel. Like, this is level 3. Again, I don't think I ever got past this. Ugh. Hold on, I think you actually have to lead the flying squirrel away from the nest. Hold on, maybe there's a secret. Oh, that's one. Okay, I was trying to get it to the other one. So, what happens if one of them... Because they can actually die, the birds that you're trying to save. If you don't get the food to them quickly enough, then they basically starve to death. Like, literally, that's what happens. Wait, there's a bonus level in this? Okay, I never got that far. I didn't even know this game had a bonus level. Oh, okay, here it is. Okay, so I guess just collect the birds, I guess? I can't even tell. You know what's really funny too? Like, this actually came out much later than most of the other... Like, as far as these, like, 24K Famicom games go, most of them were released quite early in the Famicom's lifespan. Like, generally from 1983 to 85. And... yeah, this one actually came out a fair bit later than most of them. This actually came out in, I think, June 1986. So, by the time this game had come out, the Famicom had already gotten games like Legend of Zelda and Dragon Quest. Like, Dragon Quest actually predates this, if you can believe it. Okay, let's see how far we get. I don't know, I gotta be honest, I don't mind the music that much. Again, I don't think it's good, but it's... I don't think it's one of the worst ever. Like, yeah, it's kind of the thing. I mean, again, I would take this music over, like, maybe the music in Star Tropics 2, personally. And I'd certainly take it over the music in Roadrunner for the NES, which Jeff also played. Because, wow, that soundtrack is not good. Just like these really shrill, piercing renditions of just various classical pieces. Oh, no, I guess that's it. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, to be fair, I never liked Dragon Quest, but that's just because I don't like turn-based RPGs. Not because I think the game is bad, but that's just down to me. I probably would play Dragon Quest over Bird Week, though. If I was being honest. If only because there's more to it. But let's see what else we've got. So, Balloon Fight. You know, I really want to play some Bomb Sweeper, because this one is quite interesting. This is actually a homebrew game that tends to... No, okay, don't go into the... demo mode. I was trying to explain the game. Fine, I'll play it as I explain it. Yeah, this is actually a remake of a Game & Watch game. And as I say, this is a homebrew game made decades ago. And I guess this game was convincing enough, or like they passed it off enough to look like a real NES game, that it got included a lot on GBA multicarts back in the day, like the ones that had NES games on them. And, yeah, like, this game appears a lot on those cartridges, and then at some point, it got picked up for these sort of Famiclone systems as well. Sometimes, I don't think this one appears especially often, but sometimes you'll come across this game on them. Yeah, the PvP station has this. And to be fair, I like this game, actually. This one is quite good fun. As a kid, I wanted to play Bomb Sweeper because I had Game & Watch Gallery Advance. Or Game... whatever Gallery Advance. And this was one of the games that you could view in the museum. but you couldn't play it unless you'd, like, maxed out the score on most of the, like, main games. And that always made me sad, because I wanted to play this game and I couldn't. Same for games like Zelda and, like, Bombs Away and whatever else. Like, I couldn't get enough score to unlock those games, and it made me sad. But at least I get to play it via Famiclone systems. Also, I can't remember how you beat this level. It's been a while. Shoot. Oh, hold on. Is this it? Yeah, okay, I've got it. Also, I don't know how many levels this game has. It certainly has more than I can get to. I can tell you that much. Yeah, so you can see we're on level 13. Also, I am playing on mode A. The reason is that mode B is, as far as I can tell, it's exactly the same. Except, with game B, it's... No, I think I messed up. Yeah, the difference between game A and game B is that on game B, it starts on a later level. That's it. That's the only difference. But yeah, it is cool to see homebrew on this. Because, you know... You're obviously never going to get homebrew on the NES Mini. Though, it's really funny because, like, the Mega Drive Mini 2, and I think Mega Drive Mini 1, they do have homebrew on there. Like, a little bit. How do I do this? Oh, hold on. I think I know. There we go. Yeah. Also, why the lives counter is marked with the letter J, I have no idea. It's just kind of weird. Oh, it's kind of a shame that there weren't more remakes of Game & Watch games on this, because that would have been cool. Also, oh, how do you beat this level again? I can't remember. No, I think I've messed it up. Yeah, see, this is the thing. I get to this point and I just forget how to do it. I've gotten further into this game, but I can't remember how you do this level. Unfortunately, there's no... Oh, was it Jack? I guess that's the character's name. I never looked it up, to be fair. No, okay, so I can't go that way. That won't help. Oh, how do I do this? Okay, I literally cannot remember how to beat this level. You can't push any of those blocks upwards. Well, I did get the high score, but as I say, I think there is an ending to this game. I've never been able to get that far, but I think there is one. Yeah. Okay, I've got to be honest, how you meant to solve this level, I don't know. It's just the brick wall. At least it is for me. Like, maybe if I sat down and, like, watched someone else beat it, I could do it, but... Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Anyway. Yeah, so, Also, I should point out, by the way, so this was actually made by Snowbro, who I think made various other homebrew games, but none of those ever appeared on these consoles. Okay, well, you know what? I know people are going to demand it. We got to play some Brush Roller. Like, where's the title? Like, there's supposed to be a title on here, and there just isn't. But hey, at least we get to see the amazing Brush Roller mascot. Okay, let's see how far I get in this. I've played this with the retro achievements before, trying to get to the loop point, really, because I think it loops after 7 levels, I think. Oh. Okay, that was me being an idiot. For some reason I was holding down, even though you can only go down there anyway. So that was me being a fool. I'm sure there's a way to be good at this. I never was. Like, I was never great at, like, Pac-Man anyway, but... Yeah, here we go. Always get cornered. Yeah, I don't think I've ever beaten a level in this without getting killed randomly. Like, it always happens every single time without fail. See, that was bullshit. I got the thing, and the game was just like, no. Okay, I call BS on that. I had the thing. I don't care what the game says. The game is incorrect. The game was cheating. That's what I think. Yeah, I do have a multi-cart that has this game on it. I can't remember. Crush Roller Arcade. Yeah, I want to say Crush Roller is actually harder than this. Like, this game at least gives you more lives. And I want to say the computer isn't quite as difficult to deal with. At least if you're good at these games, which, again, I'm not. So, Ugh. Yeah, okay, to be fair, most of this is just down to me being rubbish at this game. I've gotten a few levels into this, and even then I think I only got as far as I did because of the amount of lives they give you at the beginning. Yeah, they were just like, you know what, 3 lives just isn't enough. But yeah, like, again, maze games, again, when it comes to maze games, like, my specialty is, like, Pac-Man Championship Edition. Because in that, it's really more just about, like, getting the timing down in certain patterns. And that game just looks way cooler than this, let's be honest. A gatto. A catto, more like. Yeah, you just gotta trick computer like this. Occasionally you'll get lucky with the collision like that, which is quite funny. Again, I feel like there's a way to trick the computer, but I'm not good enough to do that, unfortunately. Yeah, see, my tactic is just, like, whenever they get near me, just immediately crash into them so they despawn for a second. I have done better at this. I've gotten maybe 4 or 5 levels in. I don't think that's happening this time, though. Actually, yeah, what am I supposed to be? I'm just a blob. Blob man, and his time has come. Also, there's some glitchiness going on the left. Okay, here we go. You gotta try to fool the computer. Ugh. Problem is, if they get too close to you, you just die. Yeah, like, if you don't press the button at the exact frame, you just get killed. And that was just me being rubbish. It's just, yeah, I'll just go straight into the enemy and get killed. See, I could probably do this game if it didn't have enemies in it. If it was just like a blank... if it was just a blank field and it was just me. But then at that point, why would you bother? Okay, wait, what game? What game do you want me to play? Because it's not actually showing it. I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, yeah. Not one of those games I was any good at. So what else we got? Balloon Fight. I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything. So Balloon Fight and BurgerTime. Yeah, I might save Balloon Fight for last, actually. In fact, I may just do the Balloon Trip mode and see if I can get first place in that. Well, unfortunately, if I wasn't so rubbish at the game, you would have seen more of it. But unfortunately, I'm not very good at it, so we're just going to have to play some BurgerTime instead. Another arcade game that I was never any good at. Although in this case, it's really more down to the controls than anything else. Oh, you saw the purple man? Well, that's clearly the most important part. Yeah, again, BurgerTime, I was never any good at this. I don't know. I was never really huge into this game. It's one of those games that sometimes people tend to earmark as like one of the classic arcade games of all time, but I never really got into it that much. I've played a few levels into this version, but I think the main problem I have with this game is the controls. I just never liked them. It just feels bad. Because you can't anticipate corners. I think... which version was it where you could do that? I think it was the Intellivision, where they gave you that feature, but this version doesn't. So, I don't know. I'm probably going to have to play the Intellivision version at some point. Ugh. like, getting on and off ladders just feels awkward. Just because of, like, how you move. It's just... And you kind of have to spam the pepper to get anywhere. Or at least you do if you're me. And constantly come across the enemies. Like, I know there's a pattern to their movement. Okay, let me try to grab the ice cream. Ugh. I mean, it disappears after like 2 seconds, but I have to get it. Ugh. Okay, we did it. Peter Pepper! Why does he have a H on his hat when his name doesn't begin with H? I don't really understand that. Maybe he's cosplaying as H from Steps. Who knows? Although, I don't think H from Steps was... I don't think H from Steps ever played a chef. Gotta be honest. Yeah, like, how are you meant to avoid those? I have no idea. It's kind of a similar problem as Binary Land, where the game just doesn't give you enough places to move to, and because of that, it just kind of feels awkward. Although, at least in Binary Land, it doesn't become a problem until about 15 levels in. With this game, like, I'm filling it on level 2. Okay, get the coffee. There we go. Actually, is it coffee or tea? I can't even tell. The shade of brown tells me that maybe it's some black tea. Which is fine by me. I like some tea. There we go. I'm just going to spam the pepper until I ran out. Ugh. I'm going to build another burger. Yes. Oh god, Wild Ball. I have Wild Ball on a multicart, but I don't think it's streamable. Oh no, this bit is... Yeah, I remember this level being particularly hard. Because the problem is, they don't give you enough room to move anywhere, and it sucks. It's like, why is the bottom part of the level so barren, and why do you start on the bottom? I don't know. It kind of just feels like bad Amidar. Like, why didn't they just put Amidar on the NES instead? Like, that would have been better. Instead, we got the Atari version, which isn't as good. Oh, come on! I pressed left, you bastard! Yeah, the sound in this isn't great either. Again, for me, it's more that I just don't think this game controls very well. Like, the controls are bad. And also, yeah, it's just... like, it controls bad, and... like, the frame rate is really low, too. Like, it just feels wrong. Like, this whole game is not okay. I don't know. Though, to be fair, I mean, this is far from the worst game I've played so far. You know, I mean, you compare this to Super Arabian, this is infinite times better than that. Like, this actually feels like a game, unlike Super Arabian. Okay, let's see how far I get with this. Ooh, I got the fries. You gotta call them fries because they're American. And not the good British fries. Or chips, as we call them in the trade. Oh, I did it! I actually beat level 3. I've got Spider Droid. Yeah, well that's literally just a reskin though. Again, to be fair, there are much worse games than this. Like, on this system. I mean, not even just counting the Nice Code games, but I'm also just thinking, again, games like Super Arabian. I just wish this game controlled better than anything else. Oh god, the lag. Oh! Like, the game is chugging. Look at this. Oh, the game on and off the ladders, like, good luck. No, and I ran out of pepper, so I lost. Oh well, that will do, I think. I think there are 7 levels and 8 loops. Okay, so I got the high score at least, so it's got to count for something. Okay, well, we may as well finish up this page and start the next one. I'm going to play some Balloon Fight. But I think what I'm going to do for this one is I'm actually just going to do the balloon trip, because we've seen Balloon Fight many times on the stream. I've played it quite a bit in my own time. It's a good game. But also, it's kind of just Joust again, but better. And, you know, I did play Joust on stream recently. I was awful at it, but I did play it. So I want to go for the balloon trip, see how far I get with this. Because the balloon trip is a good time, and I don't think it gets enough screen time. So I'm trying to make up for that a little bit. It's been a while since I've played this game, or at least enough so that I don't remember the exact patterns of the balloons or anything. Ooh. Here's the question, can I get to rank 1? If I can get to rank 1, I'll count this as a win. If I can't get to rank 1, well, we'll just move on. That's the real test. Can I get 25,000 points? Because 25,000 points is rank 1, basically. That's how it works. Oh. No, can't get the bubble because there's way too many of these electric things. As you probably expect, if you touch these, you die. So, in other words, don't touch them. Now, to be fair, this, as far as like these early games go, this might be one of the best. Because it kind of just is a better version of Joust, really. With this additional bit added to it. Yeah, so basically I'm trying to get 25,000 points. If I can do that, great. Because I've done it before. I hope I can do it again. But they seem to be giving me more of these electric things than usual. I don't know if I'm just misremembering the pattern. Maybe there are different versions of the game where the pattern changes. I don't think so, but maybe I'm wrong. But yeah. Also, we'll bang a tune. Unfortunately, I couldn't get to rank 1, but yeah, we'll just move on. Okay, so that's a quarter of the game's down. A whole quarter. So, you know, we're in part 5, so maybe it won't take that many parts to play all the games. You know, I was talking about nice code earlier, and I get the feeling this next page might just be nice code, because considering that we haven't seen any of those games since part 1, I think we're due for it. But the 11th page is page 32. Oh, no. I think I know which page this is. I think I know exactly which page this is. 32, so this is 311 to 3. Yeah. Oh. Now, if you've seen the Nice Code series, you will probably remember some of these games. Because, yeah, I can tell you right now, some of the games on this page are, I would say, some of the very worst Nice Code games. And I'm talking relative to other Nice Code games. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking compared to the other games on the system that I've played today. No, I'm talking compared to the other games that Nice Code produced. This is bad even for their standards. You know, we're talking games like Utmost Warfare. We're talking Water Pipe. We're talking Wild Worm. We're talking Wonder Ball. Oh god, are these games better? Actually, yeah, let's make this a test. Are any of these games worse than Super Arabian? I'm gonna save Submarine because I feel like I might need it for later. I don't know if I'll do all of these games today. I may save some for tomorrow, not tomorrow, but next week. Start off with Fruit Man. My favourite Mega Man character, you know. Metal Man, Ice Man, and of course, Fruit Man. Oh, well, at least in this game, you can actually hold down the button to shoot, which is nice. Also, what was that? Like, was I shooting a fetus? I couldn't even tell. Also here. So this actually is one of the more interesting games, just because they do a bit more than usual. Where it starts off as a scrolling shooter, and then it turns to an into-the-screen shooter. And you know what? I will give Nice Code some credit. That into-the-screen effect actually doesn't look half bad. Certainly the walls look better than you would expect. Also, yeah, for some reason they ripped off a sound effect from Jekyll and Hyde for some reason. I don't know why, considering that it's... Well, some would consider it one of the worst games on the system. I personally am not one of them. I don't think it's good, but I think there's much worse. Is it Baby Moses? I don't know. Like, why am I shooting babies anyway? I need answers, Nice Code. I demand answers. It's like, what? Yeah, they just have random bits of stolen assets. Also, it says we're on stage 2? Okay, I don't know what happened there. I can't even tell what the buildings are. Okay, stage 2. I thought I was still on stage 1, but I guess not. Okay, so I'll collect that. I don't even know what that is, but I'm not going to question it. Get the 10 points. Ooh. By the way, you can actually go straight through that thing, by the way. That hole. Like, if you're not lined up properly, you just pass through the thing and die. Because this game is like that. Again, that screen is the best part of this game. Maybe this level has checkpoints. Okay, so... Wait, is it just the same, like, 2 bits over and over? It looks like it. Because that looks exactly the same as what was before. See, this is just the same screen again, just with more enemies. Just fine by me. I don't know if this game actually has an ending. So I'm going to try to see if I can find. And we're still on level 2, apparently. Oh, okay, I somehow destroyed the enemy with my mind, because I clearly didn't hit it with my projectile, so I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, Jekyll and Hyde. Again, I don't think it's one of the worst games on the system. It is a bad game, but you compare it to something like Super Arabian, it's not quite as bad as that. Also, I don't know if there's some objective to this that I'm missing, because it's still saying I'm on level 2. Like, am I meant to collect something? And I just missed it. Yeah, like, I think that's the problem with this game. It doesn't really make it clear what you're actually supposed to do to beat the level. It just seems to just kind of loop forever. I mean, certain games on the NES kind of were like that too, where you kind of needed a guide to figure out how to play them. Yeah, so that time I went to level 3. Is it because I shot the baby? Is that the secret? Like, I have to shoot the baby to beat the level. Oh. The problem is the bird patterns make it so that it feels like sometimes you basically have no choice but to crash into them. Maybe there's some secret to avoiding them, but if there is, I couldn't tell you what it is. No, Rocky and Bullwinkle is definitely a worse game than this. Like, honestly, like, this game isn't good, but Rocky and Bullwinkle, ugh, I mean, that one is just... That game is more actively painful than this, I would say. Anyway, let's take a look at least a few of these other games. I kind of want to play Toy Factory. Oh god. What's worse, Toy Factory or Super Arabian? That's... I mean, pick your poison. I mean, what's worse, Wild Worm or Super Arabian? That's a really good question. Because Super Arabian at least doesn't have that creepy tree sprite in it. I remember that when I played all of these games, like, I ranked all these Nice Code games, and some of these ones that are on this page placed right near the bottom of the list. And I'd have to look back at the list again to be sure, but I remember this being somewhere in the bottom 10. Like, this is basically what if Shark Shark was the worst game ever made. That's kind of how I describe it. Also, the game is called Wild Worm, and you're obviously playing as a caterpillar. Well, Animal Contest isn't even really a game. Like, there is no game element to Super Arabian. Not Super Arabian. There isn't even really a game element to Animal Contest. I look forward to looking at that one, because that one is going to be quite funny. But, you know, I do want to show off some of these games. Like, it's great playing this again, just to remind myself of how bad it can get. Like, it does not get much worse than Wild Worm. Because you look at how slow you move compared to the enemies. If an enemy touches you, you die. You have no attack. You can't speed up. And yeah, like, look at this. Yeah, like, you see how much faster that enemy moves and it can go wherever it wants. Good luck dodging it. Okay, so now I actually get a bit more speed. It's like you have to collect power-ups to have a chance at survival. Doesn't really make much sense. Yeah, you know, I think I take back what I said about Super Arabian. Okay, Super Arabian is not the worst game on today's stream, because yeah, this game is definitely worse. But this game is at least bad in similarly interesting ways. Like, Super Arabian is so broken that it's interesting. It's like, how did you make a game this broken and actually release it? Like, Super Arabian, you know, it's a combination of bad collision detection, bad controls, yeah, just bad level design, just bad everything. But that game, you at least moved fast. Like, that's the one thing I'll give Super Arabian over this game. At least you were fast. Or, like, relatively fast. Like, you could dodge the enemies, generally. Or you could certainly dodge them far better than this, at least. In this, you kind of have to pray that you're not in the enemy's, like, path, wherever they're moving to. It's like, yeah. Particularly the butterfly, or bee, or whatever it's supposed to be, I can't even tell. Basically, if you're in that enemy's path, you die. And the pattern seems to be somewhat random, so yeah, good luck figuring it out. I'm not even sure I beat the first level when I played this before. I've got to be honest. I think when I played this, I either got stuck on level 1, or I maybe got to level 2 and then quit. Yeah, like... yeah, I don't even want to know what's going on with the background. There's like wispy woods. Like, wispy woods if you were on a bad acid trip. That's what I imagine this character is. And, you know, I don't think I actually want to know what wispy woods during a bad acid trip would actually be like. But it's probably similar to that. Yeah, I mean, as I say, this was... when I looked at all the Nice Code games, this one I put, like, right near the bottom of the list. Like, this... I mean, this was down there with, like, Utmost Warfare. Like, this was, like, barely above Animal Contest. That's kind of the level we're talking about. So... but, you know, it's great to play games like this to get perspective that, you know what, as bad as a game like Super Arabian is, it could always be worse. It could be... you could be playing Wild Worm by Nice Code instead. So I don't even know what the win condition is. Wait, okay, now I can attack. I couldn't do that before. Yeah, take this butterfly. Okay, well, I guess it didn't work. And, oh, no. I think I beat the level. Yeah, that is not a worm. That's a caterpillar, you numbskull. Like, when you can't even get the species of your own protagonist right, you know that you don't have a very good game on your hands. Let's be honest. Also, this is clearly just level 1 again, but they moved the grass a little bit. It's like... what's the best way to describe this gameplay? What if Snake, except you were constantly being attacked by enemies that you couldn't really defend yourself until you collected about, like, 10 items first. Because I still can't shoot anything at this point. Like, if an enemy just flies into me, I die. Yeah, like, if I was a bit further to the right there, that would have been it. There would have been curtains. Yeah, it's like... it feels like there's a lot of luck involved in these early stages. And the fact that it actually has the goal to remove all your power-ups when you die, it makes it, like... well, almost unplayable, I would say. That's the thing, too. Like, just the playability of this one is... as I say, like, these particular games that I'm looking at, these are, like, some real bottom-tier ones. Because I've looked at some Nice Code games already back in Part 1. And I'd say this is the worst of them so far. Like, games like 5 Days and Pobble... I mean, they're barely... they're not very good either, but they're better than this. They had more going on, and you could do more on them. Like, you weren't just stuck on the one screen. It's like, well, what was I supposed to do there? It's like, oh, the enemy happened to spawn next to where the power-up was. And now, and it actually makes you redo the entire level if you get killed. Ugh, no. You know what? I veto that game. Like, I cannot. Like, maybe if the game didn't remove all your power-ups and force you to collect them all again. No. That deserves its spot as one of the worst Nice Code games. Like, I don't know if any of these are worse. No, like, that may actually be the worst one on the system. At least that I would probably be willing to qualify as a game. Actually, I'm just looking at this again. Yeah, like, I'm just looking at the list I did. I'm actually going to share this in the chat. Yeah, like, this was literally the second worst game on the entire list. With Animal Contest, the only one that was worse. And you know what? Since Wonder Ball and Utmost Warfare are also on that list, I think I have to play those as well. Like, you know, I'm going to play Utmost Warfare just to get out of the way. Just because I remember the audio in this one being especially bad. Like, what is this audio? It's like just someone just constantly pinging the noise chip. Here we go to the Y star. Like, what are the graphics? Like, what am I looking at? like, it's like, I can't even tell what's a power-up, like, what kills you, what's part of the background. Like, you've got these stars constantly blinking in and out, but then you've got these other stars that are moving towards you that aren't blinking out of existence. Like, this genuinely has some of the worst graphic design I've ever seen. And I don't mean in terms of the artwork, I mean in terms of just making what's happening on screen legible. Like, this game is incomprehensible. Like, I feel like if they actually deleted some of the graphics, like the background graphics, you might have some idea of what's going on. And I mean, it's not like the audio is any better. Like, it's just screeching mania. Like, this is like if Raid did chiptunes, it would sound like this. Something's unknown. I don't know what it is right now. I want to say this has Abscondy on it. I think Abscondy is on the system. I think I saw it on the menu somewhere, but yeah, we haven't come across that one yet. That would be a funny one to play. Just because the name amuses me. Abscondy. Also, I don't actually know what the power-up did. I collected a B, and it didn't seem to do anything. There are other power-ups that do give you different weapons, but yeah, here we go. So I collect the L. And it's using the same sound effect from the previous games. Yeah, and then you got the R, which is just rapid fire. And L, which gets me killed. Volcano the Lava. I've forgotten about that. I can't even remember what Volcano the Lava even is. I think it was like an album or something. I don't know. I haven't paid attention to Raiden forever. Like, occasionally I'll load up the I Know She Wants Me Back video just if I want to have a laugh. Coming back into my life now, wants to be the spirit of my sea, whoa! Like, honestly, that song is better than whatever's playing in this game. Because at least the lyrics make me laugh. Wants to be the spirit of my... Ugh. It's just... Like, what even is this game? Like, I don't understand it. I mean, okay, well, I get what it is. I mean, it's a really bad shoot-'em-up. Like, I get that aspect of it, but... Ugh, like... I mean, people complain about Xerian's graphics. Yeah, get those people to play this game, they'll be begging to go back to Xerian. By the way, there is... I'm not going to be able to get to it, but there is a boss fight at the end of this, and if you get to that boss fight, the game glitches out. Like, your character never spawns in, and the game just soft-locks. Like, that's how good that game is. Looking at all these better games I could be playing. Okay, well, we got to do Wonder Ball. We have to play Wonder Ball today. So, what else have we got? We got Submarine, Toy Factory. Oh, no. Vigilant, Warzone, Water Pipe, Wonder Ball, Move Box. You know what, let's do Wonder Ball, and I think we'll call it. We have to end this with Wonder Ball, because Wonder Ball is a work of art. I think I actually got the Retro Pals to play this once, and I kind of felt bad. Like, this game is... I was talking about incomprehensible gameplay earlier. This is a game where you look at it, you're like, what even... Like, what is this? And I know what this is, but only because I've played it before. So, the way that this game works is... The ball automatically moves to one of the holes at random. If the ball matches the colour of the hole, you press the button that corresponds with the ball. So you have to go by the characters on the bottom to know which button is which. So the A button is red, and the B button is yellow. Now, if you're familiar with the NES controller, you'll know that that's kind of messed up. You have to press the button on the right, which corresponds with the character on the left, and vice versa. And, yes, submarine. Well, well, take a look at that one next time. That one actually is one of the better ones from what I remember, so I may as well save it. And start off with at least a not-so-bad game. Certainly when you compare it to something like this, where you're just like, okay, what even is this? I've seen people play this game and couldn't even figure it out. Although, funnily enough, I remember the Retropel somehow got to level 3 on this game. I don't think I ever got past level 2. And you'll see why once I get to it. This game may look easy, but here's the thing. The balls move into the holes is purely random chance. So there's really no guarantee that the ball is ever going to move to the right hole. You just have to pray that it does. And I think there is a time limit to these levels. The game doesn't tell you what the time limit is, but there is a time limit. I'm pretty certain on that. Yeah, so here we go. Now I'm just waiting. Oh god, yeah, playing this on a black and white TV would be impossible. I imagine if you were to try to play this while colorblind, you also wouldn't be able to get very far with it. I assume. I mean, I'm not colorblind, so I don't know. But, yeah, like this. I mean, I'll give it this. This is a better game than Wild Worm. Like, it makes a little bit more sense. Like, it's not that it makes more sense, it's that this... You're less reliant on luck to get anywhere in it. Like, there's some luck, but not as bad as some. Okay, we did it. Okay, so total time, 3 minutes 10. I don't know what that means. Hold on. Okay, I think I figured out the secret. You can pause the game. You can pause the game. And I feel like to beat this game, you might need to pause it. Also, oh, sometimes you get a ball that's like both colours, and you can press either button and it works. What's really annoying about this is you have to press the right button, otherwise it doesn't count it. Like, I pressed... Because I pressed it like a frame too late there. I did actually press the right button. Yeah, so I gotta remember, pink is left, B is right. Sorry, pink is A, B is left. Yeah, so because I pressed it at the wrong time there. Because the colour constantly switches. It's like, yeah, good luck figuring this out. And they really don't give you much time to react, is the thing. Actually, I'm just going to go by what the colour of the hole is that it lands on. Okay, so I pressed the wrong button that time. Pink! 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 Yeah. Oh, green. I pressed the wrong button. Pink. Okay, we got it. Yeah, so the buttons are effectively swapped in this. So good luck figuring this out. Again, I feel like the only way I'll be able to do this is if I pause the game every time the ball lands. But it takes so many tries to do this. Like, you got to get like 50 of these balls through. I think the problem is they give you so little time to press it. You have to do it in like... They give you like 10 frames to press the button, which just isn't enough time. Like, this is the only way to play this. You literally have to, like, constantly pause the game. That's how you break this. Yeah, okay, I figured it out. Yeah, suck it, game. I'm better than you. Okay, so that one doesn't matter. I can just press A or B and it's fine. Yeah, what's this? Secrets of nice code. This is the strategy. Just, like, cheese the game by pausing it. But you know what? This is what the game deserves. Yeah, yay or nay. Well, I think I'm going to say nay to this one. Though, actually, I say that and I'm still playing it. But at least now I can actually cheese it by just having the colour swap to the right thing every single time. Aha! Okay. I wonder if this is how the pals did it. Like, did they, like, spam the pause button to do this? Or did they actually do it legit? I can't remember. No, I pressed the wrong button. Again, like, swapping the buttons is kind of a dick move. Kind of wish it was just like, you know, press the A button for the one on the right and the B on the left and not vice versa. Okay. But now that we've figured out the strategy, maybe I actually can beat this one. Not that I necessarily want to, but it'd be funny to be able to say, I beat Wonder Ball. I said maybe. Also, yeah, every time you pause the game, the timer also pauses. So I get the feeling this wasn't intentional. It's just something that they didn't think. Like, they didn't think that anyone was going to pause the game to beat it. You're gonna be the one that saves me. Yeah, like, I kind of wish that the chip tune for this was just a really bad version of Wonder Ball. Like, that would make it all worth it. Just a pun, like a really bad one. By the way, here's level 3. So this one, I think the balls also change colour randomly. Okay, so blue is A, and orange is B. But, like, okay. So, like, what does the black ball do? So I guess the black ball just kills you, which is great. Like, you know, something that you would know the first time. Also, it's funny to me that the any ball is still pink and green. Like, they didn't update the colour for the other levels. Ugh! No, I pressed the button! Okay, and I pressed it that time and did it wrong. Ugh, sucks. Yeah, I keep getting the buttons wrong just because they're in the wrong order. Or at least it feels wrong to me. Okay, just ignore that one. Aha! I will not be beaten through the power of cheesing! I may be able to complete this. I don't know how many levels this game has. I'm going to guess it's probably more than 3. Also, again, this game does have a time limit, but I don't remember... I don't think there is any indication as to how much time you actually have to clear one of these levels. It just seems to be random. Ooh, 600... Ooh. Unfortunately, I don't have that one, so it's not going to be me. I'm not in sync. It's gonna be May! In a few months' time. You know. Oh, and of course the ball changed colour. Yeah, good thing I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, so you gotta pause it like right before it gets to the hole. Yeah, like the ball changed colour because the game's a piece of shit. Like, wow, this game can die. Like, this is like one of the worst games I've played in a while. Like, I'm trying to figure if this is worse than Worldworm. I might have to reassess my opinion because, yeah, like this and Worldworm. I mean, if we're talking in terms of what might qualify as a game, like, so not counting Animal Contest, in other words. This is a definite contender for the worst. Like this is way worse than Super Arabian. Because Super Arabian at least was comprehensible on some level. This... How you would actually beat this game without this, like, pause button trick, I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't think it would be... Like, I genuinely don't think it would be feasible to do it that way. Like, I think you actually do need to do this in order to beat this level. Because with the ball randomly changing colours at times, it's just, oh. Like, this is the worst. Yeah, I guarantee you there's not going to be 650 games. I mean, it'd be, what, like 40 games, maybe? You know, I want to beat this game now just to spite it. Like, I want to spite this game by beating it. Okay. And, like, these levels take so long as well. Like, why are these levels this long? Surely you should just should get, I don't know, 10 and then beat the level? Why do you have to get, like, 50? Ugh, okay, we did it. Stage 4. What is this? Oh, okay, it's just stage 1, but faster. Is this it? Yeah, okay. Also, what is the point of the counter on the right? Like, maybe that's for a 2-player mode, but... God, like, imagine getting a second person to play this with you. Like, I'm sorry, anyone who gets you to play this 2-player with you is no longer your friend. Like, you know, simple as that. You know, like, you want to get a divorce? You want to get it now? Get your wife, or husband, or whoever, your spouse, to play Wonder Ball. Gone within a week. Okay, well, suddenly the game's just become a lot easier again. So, I don't know if this game has an ending. I want to see if it does. Like, it would be interesting. So I feel like this sound effect is also stolen from something, but I can't remember what game. It's not Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, but yeah, it's something else. Also, I think I've got this game locked in a pattern. Yeah, like, even ironically, like, I don't think anyone would play this more than 5 minutes. I'm just gonna put it that way. Let's just, yeah, sum it up pretty succinctly. But you know, I'm playing this so that no one else has to. Let's put it that way. Like, this is you know, doing the public a service by playing one of the worst games I've ever come across in my life. I mean, here's the thing. What game is worse? This or the Rockman 8 Game Boy bootleg that I was playing the other day? Because that is actually a really hard question. I can't decide which is worse. Like, that game is more just broken, but it was more interesting in certain ways. Like, there was more going on. Like, it was trying to achieve more. It failed miserably, but it was at least trying on some level. Stage 5. Oh, here we go. Okay. Now we've got the cheese strat again. Because you kind of need to. Also, I'm going to guess that there's probably a level 6. Okay, so how many of these do I need to get a coin? Yes, I need 4 to get a coin. Or whatever that is. I'm guessing it's a coin. You tell me. You know, sorry, I have to... I have to do this. Okay. Yeah, I think this is the best way to play it. With the duck theme going the whole time. There's only so much nice code you can take in one day. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there is at least more to Rockman 8 than this. Like, this, it's literally just, like, cheese strats the game. Like, even after you figured it out, you're like, wow, this is so poorly designed. Like, even Super Arabian... I guess Super Arabian is more broken than this, in certain ways, but... Super Arabian felt less hateful, I'll give it that. Ever so slightly. Though both of them are kind of deep in the cesspit. I mean, this is more in competition with Wildworm than anything. Just, oof. Because, like, it's so slow. Like, this probably wouldn't be half as bad if you only had to do, like, 10. The fact that you literally have to do, like 50. In fact, okay, let's count it. So there's 4 per coin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, it looks like you have to get about 15 coins. So that's what, 60? You gotta do 60 of these? It's like, you think that's enough? You want to talk about tedium? I mean, I was making fun of, like, RPGs and whatever, but, like, ugh. No, give me Dragon Quest any day with this. Though it's ironic, I've probably played this game more than I've played Dragon Quest. Maybe not, but... But yeah, I think turning this game off immediately, that's probably the smart thing to do. Unfortunately, I'm not smart, which is why I'm here playing it. Like, I probably should have, like, shut off the stream a while ago, but... I gotta show this off. Also, I want to get some of, like, the really bad games on this page out of the way, so that I don't have to do them next time. Which is why I'm doing this game now. Like, you know, the rest of the games aren't quite as bad, I don't think. I'd have to go back and play them to be sure, but... I mean, they're not this, which is a positive. Ugh, okay, we did it. Stage 6. Okay, that's A. Oh, I pressed A, you piece of shit! What, the button's just not working anymore? Okay, now it works. Was I just pressing the wrong button, or was it just not responding? Okay, I'm cheesing this game until I break the bank. Like, this is the one thing I'm good at. Is cheesing really bad games. Yeah, because like, you notice that sometimes the ball changes, like, as it goes over the hole. Like, how is anyone supposed to react to that? It's impossible. Like, it is... I mean, here's the thing, like, Rockman 8, I think at least had a slight bit of potential. Like, if you fix the bugs in that game, it might not be that bad. You know, like if the moving platforms actually worked as they were supposed to. Where, with this game, like, there's no hope for this. Like, this game is just pure garbage. Like, even if you fixed up the problems, you'd still be like, yeah, this is really boring. There's, like, nothing to this whatsoever. So it does seem like you get a few lives. So if you... Yeah, great, I'll mix up the buttons again, thanks. I would like to beat this game just to say I did it. Okay, here we go. Yeah. I mean, RoboCop 2... You know what? I make fun of RoboCop 2 a lot. But at least RoboCop 2 isn't Wonder Ball. Like, I will give it... It's the best thing I can say about it. It's not Wonder Ball. You know, like RoboCop 2... It tried to do something. Tried to be a platformer, and it sucked at doing that, but at least it had that, you know. Ugh. Slowly but surely we're getting there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, the soundtrack for RoboCop 2 on the NES is honestly not that bad. Like, the soundtrack is fine. It's basically the Game Boy soundtrack, but not quite as good. Because, I mean, it was clearly made for the Game Boy's sound chip with the wavetable. But yeah. But again, I mean, as much as I make fun of Robocop 2, that game is better than this. Like, Super Arabian is better. I probably still would play this over Rocky and Bullwinkle, though. Like, Rocky and Bullwinkle is truly one of the worst games ever made. Like, the people who made that... Like, that game is bad, and the creators of it should feel bad. Ugh. No! No! Oh. Like, the game couldn't just end there. Also, I think this is exactly the same as Stage 4, isn't it? Like, this is literally Stage 4. Like, it seems to be exact same speed, I think. You know, no, I'm calling this one complete. I don't care what the game says. Like, this I'm going to assume is one of those games where they never actually programmed an ending in and just programmed it to loop forever. And after a certain point, the game probably crashes. Because there are certain nice code games like that, which are just like that, where you play to a certain point and then they just crash. Or they just loop the same level forever. Ooh. SNES Mega Drive PlayStation point. Well, I mean, the worst PlayStation 1 game is Perfect Weapon. Like, that game... Yeah. I mean, that game kind of gives me similar feelings to this. But at least in this game, the levels are shorter. I will give it that. Like, Perfect Weapon... Like, if you can complete level 1 of that game, I give you a medal. Like, figuratively speaking, I don't actually have medals to give away. But yeah, like, literally one of the worst games I've made. Because the levels take forever, and combat's hideous, there are no checkpoints, you only get one life. Like, the game is almost unplayable. And as for SNES, I'm not really that familiar with it. From what I've played, I'd definitely say Pit Fighter is the worst. Because Pit Fighter is like a borderline scam. Like that game, it's just... Yeah, we charged like $80 for like an arcade conversion that basically has nothing in it. It's just... No. You know, I'm not stopping. I am not stopping yet. As much as you probably want me to stop. Okay, can I actually finish this level? Or is it just going to randomly time out? Because this pattern, I can't really do much else. Okay, it seems like if I pause, the pattern changes. Okay, let's try this again. But yeah, I mean, worst Mega Drive game, I mean, like Fantasia, Captain Planet. Yeah, Perfect Weapon is just... That game is pure misery. Like, that game is just... In some ways, it is the PlayStation equivalent of, well, of Wonder Ball. I mean, Beverly Hills Cop is awful, but there are worse games. I mean, look up pretty much anything by Phoenix Games, because Phoenix Games were the true bottom of the barrel when it comes to PS2. Like, they just put out just low-effort garbage. Like, in a way, they kind of were the PlayStation 2 equivalent to Nice Code, in that they just pumped out just tons of games that were very low quality, had pretty much nothing in terms of resources. It's just, ugh. No. But yeah, I mean, this game... Yeah, it's kind of funny when I was talking about Tetris earlier, where, like, if I'm playing a good game, I tend not to talk about the game itself quite as much. And if I'm playing a bad game, I talk about it a lot more. Yeah, Robocop 2. You know what? Honestly, I'm playing this game purely to spite it. It's the only reason I'm playing it at this point. I'm playing this game to spite the person who made it. And I say person, because I guarantee you there isn't more than one person who worked on it. If more than one person made this, I'd be amazed. It's like, we were talking earlier, on the previous stream about the, like, Rockman Macinsoft bootleg, where I get the impression that one person worked on it. I don't know if that's true, but it's what it feels like, at least. And this feels the same, but for different reasons. I mean, like, the character designs at the bottom are kind of this game's only redeeming feature, really. Let's be honest. Kind of like the characters on the bottom. It's about all it has going for it. But yeah, as I say, I'm playing this just so I never have to play it again. That's, like, the only reason. It's like, well, if I can slay this game now, then I never have to touch it again. And I'm certainly not going to do it again for achievements if anyone is crazy enough to do achievements for this game. But thankfully, this game is at least cheesable. Like this. Like, you see what I'm doing. Pausing the game so the thing goes in the right colour. Like, that's what you have to do to beat this game. Like, because if I played this legitimately... Well, I say legitimately. Because it's not like I'm using cheats or anything like that. I'm just using the game's functions to my benefit. Ooh, Battle City. You know what? I look forward to playing Battle City, because it's got to be on here somewhere. It's not on that page that I just did. Even though it feels like I did all of the games that start with B. Didn't have Battle City on there, which is kind of weird. Like, I'm guessing it has the, like, Tank 1990 variation, which is probably why. Like, it's probably either listed as, like, 90 Tank or, like, Tank 1990 or whatever it is. So it's probably on one of the other pages, I assume. Also, yeah, binary... Okay, did anyone ever figure out, like, okay, what do you do with the flames in binary lines? That's what I want to know. Because I kind of wish I knew a more effective way to deal with them. Again, the game doesn't really give you enough room to avoid them, generally. Or at least that's what I find. Again, it could just be a case where I'm just missing, like, a secret to that game that I'm just not aware of. Also, it's really amusing to me on this, where as soon as you get enough coins to go to the next level, the game just immediately cuts to the next level. It's like, yeah, we're not going to celebrate it. You know what? There's nothing worth celebrating in the land of Wonder Ball. I mean, you're playing Wonder Ball, like, what is it to celebrate? Here we go, stage 9. Okay, let's see. Let's see if there is a stage 10. Okay. But yeah, like, you saw it, like, a second ago, where it, like, immediately changed the ball colour, like, immediately after I imposed it. Okay, I pressed the button I called BS. Yeah, like, I pressed the same button, and that time it responded. Yeah, these controls suck. Actually, I've got an idea. What if I hold down the button? No, actually, if I hold down the button, it won't unpause. You cannot, like, unpause the game while holding down the button. There probably is a vinyl with Silver Surfer. I have to imagine that exists at this point, with how much people are into vinyl. Yeah, like, look at that! The ball changed colour on its own! Like, who designed this game? Why would they like to live? To take a quote from Ashens. Okay, I got an idea. I'll line up the right colour, so if it changes colour, as long as I'm pressing the right button, it doesn't really matter. Okay, I've got it figured out. So if I press the button and it changes colour, it won't register me as pressing the wrong one, so I should be fine. As long as you don't press the wrong button, you're okay. Or if it's over the wrong hole. Yeah, see, this is... See, this is next level gaming, you know? Like, we're not talking about the true classics, no, we're talking... Yeah, like, the ball just randomly changed colour because the game's a piece of shit. It's like, oh yeah, I'd like to play the game, and I'd also prefer to play it without the ball just randomly changing colour for no reason. And also, because the buttons are mixed up, because the person who programmed it was an idiot, who didn't know where the buttons went on the controller. But, yeah, I mean, Silver Surfer. I mean, personally, I can't stand Silver Surfer. I think the game is awful. But at least that game has a banging soundtrack. I mean, that alone makes it better than this. And sometimes, like, when you press the button, it does nothing, because the game sucks. Yeah, I think this genuinely is the worst game I've played so far. Like, this and Wild Worm. It's hard to tell which one is worse. But, yeah, they're definitely in competition with one another. Let's put it that way. Ooh, Prince of Persia. Which I don't think is on this system. Which is unfortunate. I don't remember the NES version of Prince of Persia being especially great, but... But, I mean, you look at what they did include, and you're like, well, yeah, you've been better off including literally anything else. Yeah, like, the game really does not give enough time to respond to what's happening on screen. Okay, I pressed the button. Okay, bullshit game. I pressed the button and it didn't do anything. Yeah, well no, isn't Prince of Persia just like a standard UN ROM game? I don't think it uses like a weird mapper. Maybe there's some weirdness going on with the programming in it, but yeah, the mapper is not it. Yeah, I mean, I would much rather play Prince of Persia. Again, I'm only playing this purely just to get out of the way. Just to say, I beat this game, and I never have to touch it again. If I can, like, have an excuse to not touch this again, it's kind of the same reason I beat Samari for the retro achievements. It was really just so that I could just say, yes, I have it on record that I did beat this game, and I never have to touch this again. But, you know, that's just kind of how it is on this bitch of an Earth. Yeah, what's that quote? Can't remember. I pressed the button. Bullshit. Yeah, like, I mean, you know that you've done something seriously wrong when you manage to mess up the act of just pressing the button when, like, nothing's happening. But hey, at least you get to enjoy some better music. Because I turned the music off. Like the actual in-game music. I actually have it muted on the TV right now. Oh, we did it! This game actually ends. God, imagine playing this for an hour. Like, who is going to play Wonder Ball for an hour? Even I am not that mad. I played this for 22 minutes 15. Plus however long the pausing took. Ugh, but at least we have it on record that this game ends. You know, I'm so glad, because I never have to touch that game again. Like, that is it. Like, that's the game. That's the end. I pressed the button and it didn't do anything. So, that's, you know what, I'm adding that to the win counter. A win for me. Close out the stream. Well, like, that is one of those, you know what, I'm so glad I never have to touch that again. Like, that is more than enough for one lifetime. Across every person in the known universe. Not just me. But yeah, that was Wonder Ball. But we're not done with this page yet, so next time we're going to take a look at some of these other games. So we've got Submarine, Toy Factory, Vigilant, Warzone, Water Pipe, and Movebox. So hopefully these games won't be as bad as Wonder Ball. I don't know if these games actually end. I feel like at least a couple of them don't. and they just go on forever. Move Box actually is going to be a really easy one now that I think about it. That one I can do in like a minute. So there'll at least be one to add to the pile. But until then, I'm going to get myself something nice to eat for dinner because I think I've earned it after that last game. So enjoy the rest of your evening and take care. See you.